Hi, good morning. It's deliberation day. The Finance Committee is called to order at 9:45 on May 2nd. All members are present, that being Alderwoman Finlayson to my right and Alderwoman O'Neill to my left. At this time, I'll accept a motion to agree on the agenda today.
Madam Chair, move approval of the agenda.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have approval of meeting minutes.
Move approval of the minutes from the May 1st meeting.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. The only thing we have on our agenda today is deliberations. We penciled in some, I penciled in just a quick discussion about stormwater. It's my mistake. I didn't know who handled that, but in review of the enterprise funds, it seems like the stormwater cost is going to go up and up and up and up. And I just wanted to understand what the plan was for that. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the structure of the report. And we had an outline from last year. And so we seem to be following that. And so the way we did it is that we split responsibilities between the three of us so that we could put the report back together more efficiently. Oh, okay. And so my thoughts were, as I looked at it last night, because I know that I inserted some visuals. You know, for example, I thought an important visual was Stantec's comparison of our rates to other jurisdictions. So, you know, and so it ended up that the report appears to be going on to like 30 or plus pages. You agree? Mm-hmm. And then you pass that point of structure and you know, do we staple this together? Assume our colleagues read it and let it be as like efficient as possible. So my suggestion was that we do put it in a little binder, maybe an inch, no more, and we tab it. And my proposed tabs, which I don't have my email. Do you have my email? I can get it on my phone. I sent after my second cup of coffee. I'll get it here.
Madam Chair, what are we looking for now?
I sent an email this morning, so it's sort of short notice. I'll just read it. It says, hi. In looking at this last night, it appears that we'll have more content than we did last year. I don't know. Oh, I wrote a little thing about, I don't know about you, but I don't think I want to dismiss the effort that we put into this the last 3 weeks. So I thought we should prepare a 1-inch binder for easier review. The tabs would be, one would be budget prep and overview. That's where we talk about the planning of this, which starts back when Kate sends out the letter to all the department heads. And I wrote that up accordingly. And then I also mentioned in the budget prep and overview, I also mentioned the strategic session we had. And I put that image in, trying to tie, and that was, you know, that's our goal, is to tie that in. I won't get into the content yet, but anyway, so that was tab 1, was budget prep and overview. The second one was the funds. I just said funds and debt policy. Now, I wrote about the enterprise funds and I wrote about the debt policy, how we're meeting it and everything. I don't know if we assigned transportation and parking fund. Do you know if you're covering that, transportation and parking fund, or do you want me to add it to? um,
I'm covering transportation. You want me to cover that? I can include the fund too.
or I can just, really,
I mean, it's part of transportation. It's part of their presentation.
yeah. Yeah. I group them up because the funds and the debt policy sort of tie together, you know, how we calculate the 15%. So we might need to separate it, and then we could cut and paste it into this section if you agree on these sections.
Yeah.
The third section was the capital budget and the enterprise funds. And then the fourth section, which is the meat of the report, are the department presentations, the most content. And then the last was proposed recommendations and amendments. So I said, we have the content, we just need to move it around. And if you agree, I think we should have Kaylin order 1-inch binders and prepare the tabs for 12 copies. And then we would allow 15 to 20 minutes at the most to present an overview at the council meeting. So what do you guys think about that?
Madam Chair, did everybody receive a binder? Everybody received, all the council members received a binder with all of the information in it.
A budget binder?
A budget binder.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Hi.
everyone has access to all of the presentations that were given to us by the different committees, different departments.
We have a Google Drive that Brian sent out to everyone, and
Right.
everything is on that. So you
Okay.
can access presentations.
So our colleagues have all of the information.
Mhm.
Okay,
Well, right.
so I'm not clear on why we're duplicating those things. I think what is most important are our recommendations based on the information presented. If we're going to do a binder, the first page, I think, should be an executive summary, which includes our recommendations. And if you want to give them all of the same information, that they already have, that's fine. But I think the important thing is to give them a snapshot as opposed to an in-depth analysis of what we've seen and heard. And most important are our recommendations. I think that's just one person speaking.
So can I clarify it? So last year, we basically did the report that we're working off of, and then we just made copies and stapled it. And you're saying to not do that, but that the report should just be our recommendations.
I'm not saying if we want to give them the same information, I'm not sure why we're giving them the same information that they already have. But if we want to do that, that's fine. But I think we should preface it with, here's an executive summary of what all of these 30 or 40 pages say. And our recommendations. That should be paramount. They will read what they want to read. They've already read what they want to read, But I think the important thing is condensing into an executive summary what we've heard, what the impact will be, and what our recommendations are. I think those are the important pieces that we all want to hear. So, did I answer your question?
Yes. So not give this whole report like we did last year. We gave them a 20-page report last year.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Because we've already provided them with that. And I'm not sure what the benefit would be to give it to them again. We can direct them to it. And if we do a binder with tabs, then that should be labeled by department. Our book was not done that way initially. I mean, I moved my book around. But it should be divided by department, so it's easy to access. But most people are going to go to the executive summary. And if they want to find more information on anything, they can go to the appropriate tab and find it or we can cross-reference it to where they can find it on their iPads. You know, you can go into the meetings and the dates. I mean, when I wanted to find out about fire, I went to the April 17th meeting and everything was right there. You know, so to cross-reference it, but, you know, it's all the paper and all the, I don't think that's necessary because it's repetitive, but.
I wouldn't say, I think you're talking probably about the first 3 or 4 pages of, I think that we were given a lot of information that needs to be disseminated to provide a context into the fiscal year 2024 budget. And, you know, and we have to acknowledge some of the good and the bad in that context, you know, and trends. I mean, we don't want to just be scribers and say, you know, this is what we heard, this is what we heard. I think we want to say, like, look, in the capital budget review, we learned that most of the funding is coming from grants. That's good news. And so I thought that was sort of my approach in the weird, you know, I had some weird categories. So yeah, I just wanted to provide that context. I think in visuals, so, you know, this is exactly like last year. I'm saying it got longer only because of the department reviews. And that the department reviews seem to be longer. So it's fine to just do what we did last year and staple it together. It just, there's a lot of department review stuff. I also think that, you know, a context example is visual, like, oh, wow, you know, police and fire is a big chunk of our budget, you know, and show that visual. We got a ton of information. So we sort of, you know, you got to disseminate what is pertinent. The other, you know, the other thing, of course, is to address, you know, the ARPA funding. And so there's a lot of context there. And I think you know, we discussed it, and I think it's important to just kind of, you know, we you know, we have to reinforce some of the points that the finance department made, which is they can make suggestions, but, you know, we have to support them. For example, I think, you know, Jody said, look, we've got to look at, you know, optimizing revenue. So to Sheila's point, yeah, a recommendation would be we need to increase hotel tax. Well, the reader would say, well, where did that come from? So that's, again, that goes back to this context, which, you know, in the first 3 pages, I try to condense the, you know, 400-page budget book, you know, into this is kind of pertinent stuff. You know, revenue, you know, exposure, property reassessment, grants, and, you know, the importance of property taxes. So that being said, that's not much different from last year, except the content, because obviously this year we used the ARPA funds, last year we didn't. So that's that. I mean, and then, you know, we talked about the salary. We had a section, well, here's last report. You know, we talked about the issue last year was the renegotiating of unions. So that was a header here that on what that was. This year, it's the reclassification study. So then, yeah, so it's the same, this is pretty much the same structure of last year, but all I'm saying is when we start on department presentations, there's a lot of content.
Right.
So
I agree, and it's all content they have. But if we want to reiterate it, then that's fine.
I was defending, you know, the upfront stuff, that the context of the budget as a whole. I agree. What I found confusing last, you know, over the weekend was that we had I know what we did last year. We did accomplishment, short-term goals and long-term goals. And I think what we did is we went through, well, I know what we did. We went through and we highlighted the ones that we thought were important to write.
Were they I think they were those that had changes from the previous year, if I remember correctly.
I think, well,
Not the ones that we thought were more important, but.
no, I think, remember we had Karma typing away, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we all had our notes and we went through and, you know, and maybe that's what we do now. It might condense it, that content. And that's the only reason why I said, oh, this is going to be long, because I saw, you know, it's like, wow, there's just a lot of stuff there. But to your point, it's on the slides.
I think we do this. I think we do a combination of what the two of you are asking for. I think that we continue with this format, and so that it's very easily in one space, and maybe we reorganize it so that the police, fire, OEM are in a section. City manager and mayor's office are a section. So that we're kind of departmentalizing our departments, just in so that it's easy to find.
Mm-hmm.
So keep this report, but what is given to the council is that executive summary of the discussions based on recommendations in areas where either enhancements were requested and received in the original budget, or enhancements that were not received, and what we plan to suggest from doing with those. So then it's condensed, but then we can refer them back to, if you want more content outside of reading through 500 pages, here's a condensed version, and here's the link to it on the Google Drive, but here's our report, and it includes those graphs, because I do think those graphs are really key for visual understanding of each, you know, of the city's whole, like that graph you just had. So that's the city as a whole, where money is going into.
Yeah.
And talking about the revenues. And, you know, you made a really good point yesterday when you said that we have the $2.2 million.
2.8.
2.8.
Yeah. If we didn't, we'd have a structural deficit
We'd have a structural deficit. Well, we're not going to have that money
next
for
year.
future. So just as we've asked the departments to long range plan and goals, I think the council and city government needs to have that as the overall long range. What is the plan?
So that should be one of our recommendations,
Right.
okay? Probably the last recommendation, and put it in a parking lot for us for next year. But that's absolutely something we should be recommending. And I don't want to interrupt you, but you make a good point about the enhancements. And if anything, while I don't feel that all of the information is needed for all the departments, their enhancements, I think, should be there so that our colleagues can easily see what's included in the budget and what may not be included, those enhancements that were not funded, because that's our decision as to what to do with those things.
Right.
So I think we should definitely have enhancements, but I like the cross-referencing. If you want to go look at the fire department's goals, short-term, long-term, whatever else there is, I can't think of the term, performance measures, page something in the budget book or here in the Google Drive. Instead of us, even though we've done.
I know, I feel bad. I saw all this
Don't feel
typing.
bad, but you know, I cut and paste. There wasn't a lot of typing,
Right.
you know.
And we've done it, and I think that it's in a really organized format. So this document can be a living document to send, but for the report purposes, I think we just drill it down to the bullet pointed. Here's
Yeah.
the enhancements included. Here's the enhancements not included. This is our recommendation. Because I believe that there are some enhancements that we are talking about that maybe we feel could be better utilized in another area.
enhancements that are included. you
Right.
said, yeah.
And that there were some enhancements not included that I think would propel some of the initiatives that we have that have been started and could continue seamlessly if they had that enhancement.
Okay. So it's basically, this is, well, I don't know if we have to cut and paste all of the, trying to restructure, but take the respective thing and put it as in the back, is what you're saying, or as a separate exhibit.
Yeah, I just think
Like,
that,
take one of your departments, like how do you dissect it then?
right. And I think that basically taking,
I think I did it for transportation.
Yeah.
No, you had transportation. I had
going back to a department in transportation, we talked about, oh, I'm trying to find transportation. It's up near the top, I think. Anyway, it was talked about the, I'm at Parks and Rec. So the short-term goals, long-term goals, there are short-term goals that aren't going to happen this year, but there are some things that, given the enhancements that they've asked for, could certainly happen this year. The landscaping is,
yeah.
I have constituents all the time complaining about different areas. So increasing landscaping is fantastic. We talked about tables at Parks and Rec and how the tables that they have are in need of replacement. That's definitely an enhancement. Programming and training across the board, we've talked about training and additional programs for staff are important. And I think included in that, we could go back to that suggestion about the college tuition or certificate tuition reimbursement. And I think that's where that would be incorporated into the overall city goal, is we want to move towards this, and in making sure that our city employees have the tools they need to best do their jobs and flourish in their jobs, if that makes sense.
Wasn't tuition reimbursement a human resource issue?
It's a bargaining issue. Has to be bargained.
So we need an outline, a restructured outline, to restructure this. Right. So do we
I
agree?
don't think that's what Carmen was saying, that we need to restructure it, but we can take out what is, and we're talking about for the report, take out some of the details, okay, and cross-reference to where that information can be found, because we didn't generate the information that's here. We copied it from their report, their presentations. So that exists. So we cross-reference it.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we just go through what's here, decide what's, I don't want to say important, but what we would like to put in an executive summary, and then what we will reference for further details. If anyone wants additional information, look here.
Yeah, you might, Kaylin, you might be able to help us as we do this. You can tell us what the date of the presentation was? That Google Drive has everything, so if you could help us, instead of three of us trying to fumble and find the slide, I don't know, I had, sometimes I went to Granicus and sometimes I went to the Google Drive, whatever, but, we want to reference the Google Drive because they all have the Google Drive. And I think everything
And I was
is there.
wondering if in the Google Drive, we could create a folder for FY24 presentations. And if we put them by date, then they'll show up by date. If we could do that, that would be a really nice resource, because
In order.
I found searching through, it was sometimes hard because there's a lot of things on the Google Drive. So if we could create a folder for FY24 presentations.
That's a good idea.
I do this in my business. And if it's dated, 4/17/23, the next one down automatically is the next date down, if that's the way you have it.
Yeah.
That's not my drive, so I would have to create.
Wait a minute.
I can do.
You don't have the Google Drive?
I do.
Yeah.
I don't have. permission to edit the stuff in it.
Oh, well, we'll just have Brian give you permission.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not
we don't,
administration on it. Maybe I should say that.
we don't want you to edit anything, simply to take their presentations and put it all in one place.
But she can't do that, she said. She can't create a folder.
So we
I-
can't
We just have
copy
to
the
give her the
presentation?
access
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah, I just need the access
Yeah.
to do so. I can
Okay.
do it, but I just need the access. The only thing I can do is move things that I download from here into that drive.
Okay, and the first would be that, the first item that's on your screen, which is the schedule.
Yes, I can move that into here, but you see, I don't have anything up here that I can.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't touch it. I can't do anything with it.
Okay.
So we just need to give you access to our
Yeah.
Google Doc.
Pretty much. Or I'd have
An
to
admin
create-
permission as opposed to a user permission.
Right. The only thing I can do is documents.
Mr. City Manager, can you contact Brian and ask him to give, oh, he can't hear me.
Is it Brian that would give access? Is he the only one?
I can ask him for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, yeah, 'cause my email will get lost in there. Okay.
So can we, maybe we should start by looking at what we have and deciding what we'd like to
To
use.
condense and use, or put a reference, right? So what's the product? Is a smaller version of this, is what I
Product
see.
basically is probably like a 6 to 8 page report
Oh, yeah.
that includes those graphs, the overall revenue, the overall expense graphs, and then a list of enhancements. A talk. I definitely think the affordability needs to be included in there because that is an important aspect that not all of the council members sat through, and there was a lot of
Yeah,
discussion about.
yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna tell Betsy it's fine. I mean, I thought it, because the stormwater projects are getting more challenging and challenging. That's all we need to know. She doesn't have to explain why. It's okay. I just got a text from David Jarrell, so I'm just gonna say forget it.
So do we not need her to come?
No, I think it's fine. I mean, when Stantec did these, they did talk to David Jarrell to get an idea of what the future holds, but I don't know about you, but those rate increases sort of surprised me based on what we heard last year. Why am I whispering?
Well, I think we should have a discussion about the CIP, because we haven't talked about
I
any
meant
of the
the-
specifics.
I meant the utility fees, the enterprise funds.
Right, well,
Yeah.
fees and fines, period, we have to.
Yeah, we haven't we have to review and prove those at a meeting this week.
Tomorrow.
Jody, in the fees and fines, will you have the Parks and Recs added, or, no, I mean, will you have Stantec's stuff added to fees and
Put it
fines?
all for an amendment. We're gonna bring an amendment, a mayor-sponsored amendment to update the fee schedule for those fees. And I believe that's the watershed and the refuse, fee. The water and sewer usage groups are not in the.
Jody, could you turn your mic on, Ms. Dickinson, please?
Sorry. We're going to draft an amendment to be introduced through the mayor to update the fee schedule, to put those on the fee schedule. They should have been there. I don't know if we have any other edits that have to go in the fees or fines. We do? A couple? Okay. We have a couple other changes that would be error corrections or updating for you.
Could we get those in advance of,
Tomorrow's meeting.
yeah,
But we have the rate increases.
Yes,
Well,
I
we
know.
want the
You have the
amendment
rate
though.
increases and they're available. It's just if you want to, you're saying you want to see the drafted amendments? Mm-hmm. Okay, we can try. I mean, we haven't drafted any amendments yet, but that was our intention. They all come at the same time, so those will be correcting amendments.
I thought it would be good for us to be able to see them in advance and be able to support or make recommendations or what.
Okay, we can tell you what they should be, but that was in the Stantec report, what they should be and what we are
Right.
intending to set them at is in that report.
So, is the mayor recommending everything that the Stantec report said?
Yes, and there's actually a page in your budget book in the DPW section that shows all the recommended rates for everything.
Right. Right.
And so I don't know if you're looking for something to fill in blanks in your report. You could probably use that table. But if you want to see the actual drafted amendment that reflects those new rates, then we'll have to get that for you.
So is it in, I don't have my book, is it in OpenGov?
It-
You summarized them on your slide, Jody. I thought more applicable to residents, because you had, sewer rates increased by 3%, water rates increased by 4.75, watershed restoration, da-da-da.
Thank you. So this is inclusive of the Stantec.
Yes, right-hand column is the rates.
What did you mean when you said residential quarterly bill for 10,000 gallons of use increases from 242? Yeah, that was your slide.
So Ms. Dickinson, am I clear? These are the recommendations for 2014?
Yes, it's on page
Okay.
84
84?
of the budget book. And what we do there is show you the rates, and then we calculate what that's going to mean for the bill payer, right? So we take a typical situation, single-family home, regular-size meter, and tell you how that will impact their quarterly water and sewer bill. So you have a perspective on what the total dollar effect is for the citizens.
So help me if I'm reading this correctly. In '23, our residents paid $242, inclusive of all of these utility rates. And then, I'm just reading from the chart. And then the recommendation for 2014 is to go to $256, which looks like to me about a $12, $13 increase for the year.
Yeah.
Is that what you're challenging, Madam Chair?
Oh, no, I'm not challenging anything. I wanted, what I attempted to do because I was assigned enterprise funds, was try to consolidate, make that, I used, Jody, I used your summary because,
The PowerPoint?
I think it would
right.
be appropriate in our executive summary to say that we're following Stantec's recommendations and that all of these rates will increase, and put in those numbers and about this amount. So
yeah, I
we
think,
know, we don't need a whole lot of other, I don't think.
I attempted to do that. I just wrote, under enterprise funds, and, I mean, please criticize, I am totally sponge here. Using the Stantec Enterprise Rate Fund Study, the increases in rates were explained. Revenue sufficiency was evaluated for respective expenses, that is capital, debt, and OEM costs. Operating expenses were reviewed with city staff. Inflation was applied to operating expenses. For refuse, fuel, personnel, and inflation were significant increases in operating costs. And here, in sewer rates increased by 3%. Water rates increased by 4.75%, so it goes from 415 to 434. Watershed or stormwater increasing by 7%, so it goes from 2135 to 2284 per quarter. Solid waste rate increasing 10%, 324.04 to 356.48 per year. The last item was, I didn't know what it was. It said residential quarter, because that was sewer, water, storm, and refuse. And then the last item, Jody, it says residential quarterly bill. I assume this is water,
No, it's everything.
but the 10,000 gallons of use.
So it's this:
Use of what?
water, sewer, restoration. So she's done it based on the average, and then the total is the 6.29
Oh, of everything. So how does?
average. So
Does the-
3 plus
So
4
that's
plus
not
7
a
plus
rate,
10
that's
divided by
just a
2.
summary.
Because the 10,000 gallons threw me of what? It's
Because
just
there's
an
different
average.
options.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she used this particular line item. So
So,
it's an average. That's the average versus the lower users or the higher users.
okay, so is this using your thought, is this an example of somewhat of a summary, and then we say, see,
Page 84
page,
for purposes.
Well, is that a summary or is that a recommendation? I thought we were talking about the increase, which is not a
It's a s-
summary.
it's a summary of the rate increase.
This is an example of what the rate increase, the effect the rate increase is going to have on the average consumer.
Yeah,
Exactly,
yeah, I think
as
they would get.
opposed to a summary to what is. This is a recommendation to follow the Stantec recommendations.
This is an example of what my water bill or what my utility bill is going to look like.
Are you okay with this? Because I think, right, yeah, because that's,
Director Dixon, you use the 10,000 because that's kind of the average. That's not a high user, that's not a low user, correct?
Tier 2,
I'm sorry.
So in this summary on page 84, you use the 10 that you reference in your report the 10,000 gallons of use. And that was used the tier 2 as because that's the average user. Is
So
that
it's-
correct?
So that rate would reflect an average single-family home.
Okay.
What the
That was my
average
question.
10, I don't know if 10,000 is an average use of water or not. It's
But that's
just,
the reflective of an average.
of everything,
Yes.
right? I'm looking at Jody, right?
so I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. There's two parts to the calculation. There's the rate. Each water and sewer your rate is based on your meter size, right?
Okay,
So
wait,
there's the
wait,
rate.
Time out, sorry, okay, no. We're trying to simplify and look at your page 24 of your budget presentation. We're trying to summarize that table, we're gonna reference it so that that they know what the percent increase is for each, just as you say here. So what threw us was, you say sewer increased by 3%, water, you say increased by 4.75, and it's 415 to 434. You know what I'm referring to, right? So what threw us was the last one where it says residential quarterly bill for 10,000 gallons of use increases from 242.03 to 256.99 or 6.2%. And so that's what we're talking about. Is that the average of everything? What is that? What
Okay,
is
so-
that?
Yes, because that
bullet.
number matches
Yeah,
this
oh, I
number,
hear- yeah.
which is the sample
Yeah.
quarterly bill.
So I think I understand. So yes, I just don't want you to assume that 10,000 gallons is the average usage of a household. I use 10,000 gallons because it's a round number.
So what I'm gonna,
So, but I will tell you that if you look at the chart in page 85, 84, and you pick a water rate for a regular meter, and you pick the sewer rate, then you pick the refuse for residential trash pickup, and the watershed for a single-family home, the equivalent dwelling units or whatever they're,
So you could pick any.
and you add those together, that's the quarterly bill amount.
right. Well, this is an example of what do we want to say in the executive summary part, and I don't want to complicate it. And this when I say.
I think the PowerPoint is more succinct.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
It
do.
kind of takes that information from that graph and boils it down, but it only represents one size meter.
Just take out this 10,000 gallons of
I did.
I would just say average.
I just deleted the whole line.
Household.
It's because it's there at the bottom. So see
Yep.
page 84, what do we call that? And where do we
In the
put?
budget book.
See page 84 of, what is that thing called, a budget book?
We're just trying to simplify it, but it sounds like we're trying to not simplify it.
So we're doing,
Yeah, I understand. I just, when you
Yeah.
say is something an average, you know, my accountant brain goes like, okay,
Yeah.
what are you asking? I don't want to say something's average if it's not the actual average of something.
okay, so,
I would like to see us put in a dollar amount. What's going to be, have more significance, I think, for the residents is how much is my bill gonna go up?
yeah, that's what
They
this
don't,
says.
they don't care about the percentage. They want to know what's the dollar amount. So,
And on the PowerPoint, I think at the bottom we had, this is, the average residential bill would increase this much if you use 10,000 gallons of
and that's what
water.
we should say.
Yeah,
But-
it's
but-
going to increase by $14.95.
Yes. A year.
Unless you have a swimming pool.
Or a sprinkler system.
But this is,
That's a quarterly, correct?
Is that quarterly? The
Yes.
increases are quarterly or annual?
In the table that you see, they're quarterly.
Quarterly.
They go, well, when you see,
I know.
the rate is based on the number of gallons you use.
Right.
We send a bill quarterly. If you use 10,000 gallons each quarter, this is what you will pay, what you see there.
Okay.
$14.96 more per quarter
10,000
next year than I paid this year.
Use,
If I paid $250 this year, I'm going to pay $256.
Yes, yes.
56.
56.
what's the difference here?
Right.
256
Yes.
minus
Okay.
242.
Just clarification.
Maybe I'll take a look at what you write when you write it to make sure that we haven't.
$14.96.
And Vicky, I appreciate your
But
head
that's
nodding,
the
too.
average.
Thank
I
you.
mean, that's if
Yeah.
you use
I look to you
10,000
for
gallons.
validation, both of
And
you.
most people
so
probably
thank
don't
you.
even know what,
If you're wildly shaking your head, I'm going to call on you.
Therefore, average increase, assuming 10,000 gallon use, would be $14.96 per quarter. How's that?
Correct.
Okay. This is like a guinea pig of what, I know this section's weird because it's not a department, so help me out here. Okay, I thought that, actually, yes and no. They gave us these comparisons. I thought that was pertinent, so I extracted that. But
My only problem with those comparisons is that they're using their recommendation for us this year, but actuals of those counties from last year. That's what they said in their report. So,
and we happen to be number one for refuse.
right, which,
do we want to put that out there?
that's what I mean.
I'm not sure we want to
I know, it was okay when we were in the
that's
middle.
why I'm saying I'm
Yeah.
not sure we
Yeah,
want to use
we can't
those.
use one without the other.
Yeah,
I mean, you have
yeah.
to give the,
Because we're comparing
Yeah.
an increase to what was
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
last year.
Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm deleting it, okay?
Okay,
yeah, definitely.
yes.
Yeah, because
It's good information. I believe it's good
let it be
information.
known that I'm not going
But
to be a
it's,
scribe.
it's misleading in the fact that people are going to look at it and say, wow, we're higher, when we haven't had a chance to see what those other
Yeah,
counties
it was
are doing.
last year, yeah, no.
So if we had last year's on there to show where we were last year, that would work. But I'm not
But
sure
I'm
that
not
last
sure-
year's graph.
I'm not sure it's a fair comparison anyway. You know, we never fit into anybody else's little box.
So
Correct.
then using this as a guinea pig, and then I said,
We
that,
don't have your notes. You have ours, but we don't have yours.
We do.
it's on
I
there.
have.
Did you
I'm
make a
looking at
copy?
it, but it's not.
It's down at the bottom. It was down at the end
Oh,
before.
okay. I thought it was
No,
at
it's
the
all-
beginning where.
No, it's treated like as a department.
Okay.
And
Got
so
it.
then I just said the finance committee concurs with Stantec's recommendations. Okay.
I'm not sure that we concur because I don't concur
English
for
teacher?
an agreement, but we are going to accept their recommendations.
Accept is the
That's
word.
better
Okay.
verbiage.
Okay. 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 Say it again, Ellie. Okay. Accepts. I don't know how we got morphed into that, but
No, it's good. We're getting
Okay.
things checked off our list.
Maybe I should make that a different color that we reviewed it. Make
Yeah,
it black.
why don't you make it black?
I
And
think-
that way well, no, because there's already some things black.
Oh,
Choose a
no,
different
we
color.
know- well,
How about
no.
orange?
How about if I
Make it
just
orange.
make a note of it? Carmen, you know I'm going to end up having you scribe this, but for now, I'm just going to make a note of it and we'll go back, but, purple. So we did enterprise funds. Okay. And,
Were they the only changes in our enterprise funds? Nothing in transportation?
though that's a separate, fund, so that's in, I didn't do transportation fund.
So we haven't done all of that. I don't want us to miss any of the enterprise funds.
No, those are the three enterprise funds. Those are the three enterprise funds.
We don't have any other enterprise funds?
There are 6 enterprise funds.
Yeah.
4 of them are on that rate chart. The others are parking and transportation.
Okay, we have not
Oh,
done part of it.
DPW, I'm thinking DPW enterprise
Solid,
funds.
watershed restoration fund, the refuse fund, water fund, sewer fund.
Okay, so let me call this DPW. Because that's what they presented, Stantec presented the DPW enterprise funds. What did we do for transportation fund last time? Did we, I don't know. Let's think about that.
Jody, are there recommendations for increases in the transportation funds?
Let me see what,
No, there were none on transportation, right? The transportation rates and the parking rates are in the fee schedule. And I don't believe there's any changes to those, right? There's one. Larkin, yeah, there's one minor change to the Larkin lot.
so you have I'm looking at your slide, your presentation, and you do have a page on parking fund impacts. And then transportation fund impacts.
I don't think we would have addressed rate changes there. I think it was maybe 3 years ago, they went through and changed some parking rates.
Right, it's
Like a
equates to
substantial
rates.
kind of update of all their parking rates.
Yeah,
And we don't have any, except for the Larkin lot rate has to be aligned with another rate. So they changed that this year.
We, so that's under fees.
that would be under title, parking title fees, all your garage rates and your parking rates and last time we did a substantial change with those was when we did the life, safety ones on red curb, et cetera. Did I?
Don't get Sheila started on red curves.
No, I didn't mean to mention that, yeah. So, why don't we want to come back to transportation fund and parking
Yeah,
fund?
let's come back to that.
Yeah, that's not like, they're self-sustaining, so it's not, so, but I just clarified this as a DPW enterprise funds, which is what Stantec reports on. Okay. Do you want to go through the beginning and pull out what you think is not pertinent? In the,
In the departmental? In the, at the very beginning?
I don't know, what do you want to do next?
Are we creating the report now? Are we doing the executive summary, or are we,
I think
what are
we're
we doing?
trying to restructure this into our new report. How about that?
Are we doing an executive summary?
Yes. Let's do an executive summary.
All right. So Karma, can I have you scribe?
Sure.
No, because you have a,
Yeah.
that's
sure.
all.
Sure.
I have this.
You remember from last year that I'm a finger typer, but I will certainly scribe.
Okay.
What do you want me to scribe?
Well, I don't know what we want to do.
Okay.
I mean, this is meant to be, it was my pass at an overview. You could try to call that an executive summary. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Do we want to include in the executive summary budget preparation. That's the first part in the notes that we have. So do we feel the need to reiterate how we got here?
No.
Okay,
Can we just take that out?
okay. Can we leave the chart, the top?
Or is that a yes, that we need that in the executive summary?
No, it was a no that we don't need, that's
Oh,
why I took
okay.
it out.
All
you
right,
like the
so
top, though?
are you creating a new document so we don't lose everything from the original?
Oh.
Can you do that?
Yeah, we'll save it as,
I'll just make a copy.
Yeah.
so we left off, yeah. I vote for the graph though, because that tells a lot.
Yeah, it's not accurate though. Didn't you just get some updates on that?
No, she did them.
Oh, she did
just
them?
sent me her notes. Yeah.
Okay, well, that speaks to the process right there in the graph, so we
Yep.
don't have to
Yep,
say any more
yep.
than that.
I was just copying last.
Okay, what about city council? Do we need
Nope.
to tell ourselves about the resolution?
Nope.
Nope,
Take it away.
yep.
I like this graphic. The, from our retreat.
I was thinking that should be probably at the beginning, but we are at the beginning,
But how does
as a
it,
cover or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should use that.
but how do we link it to anything? Hold on a second,
How do we what?
like, why is it there?
I think we just make a, statement that
Okay, what, yeah.
These things are important to us.
Budget, how about, I'm extracting a sentence from, like, what I wrote. So it to help me with this. A strategic planning and budget retreat was held, whatever the heck that date was, Michael.
January 9th, was it? January 9th, 2023. That's off the top of my head.
Okay. The result identified 7 key areas of, and that's 7 key areas of focus or something? Because,
Well, if you read the next sentence,
January 7th.
it speaks to the fact that it boils down to 3 different.
well, that,
Areas.
yeah, I said
Or
there are 3
objectives.
that could be translated into the budget. And Michael, I don't know if you agree with this, but we identified 7 key areas and 3, because we really didn't talk budget that day, but there was a focus on these areas. So in looking at the budget and trying to see if they married up at all, this is me talking, I said three that could be translated into the budget were smart planning, excellent services, and transportation and mobility. And then I went on to say why, but I don't know if we need to do that. For example, we added a senior planner, right? That was planning. We saw a need. We added microtransit mobility RFP. We saw a need. And then, excellent services is a no-brainer, right? Right?
Everything.
Everything. So,
I think it's the high-level goals and objectives of this council from which the budget priorities follow.
yeah, priorities is the word we're missing, Karma.
Well,
in this sentence,
I think that-
this was kicked off with a,
well, may I suggest that we remove the first sentence, that we use, this was
or
where
just
it
say,
speaks to,
This is such a sensitive.
the council kicked off the strategic planning with a retreat in January. And used the second sentence, the result identified 7 key areas. And then you have the graphic. Take out all the rest of that.
okay, so just up until transportation
And
and
where it
mobility.
says 3 were translated, well, you can keep that, but eliminate
Yeah.
everything from for example down. And then you have the graphic that reinforces or, identifies what we just said.
See, isn't this?
So you're gonna keep the first 3 sentences.
So it ties it in, yeah. See, this is so much easier deleting than adding.
Do you want me to read from the report the way that it was worded, and it can be changed to your desire or usage? It says, after considering each response to the True Today, True in 10 Years exercise in the city's prior key focus areas. These were grouped and resulted in 7 key result areas identified in the image below. And basically, you all were going through the exercise of where you see the city and where you want it to go. And that's your future planning component, too, that you're talking about. And however you want to phrase it, that was how this was derived.
We like the graphic.
No, the graphic's great. And in fact, I have a workbook that I got for what we were going to use this past weekend that I'm going to start to share with the directors and you all for future application
Yeah.
purposes.
Yeah, Kate, I got a preview of that. Kate sent it to me. That's where I got the graphic from. Or somebody sent it to me, but it was an outline for our Saturday.
Yeah, Kate was there. It was memorable.
Kate has everything. Did we get that?
Mike, you just mentioned
Did
in
you want
what
me to
you
add
were
what you just
reading.
said?
Here, I'll send it I'll send the report
this-
to each of you right now.
Okay, so what I did in footnotes, I think, is what you want to do in the body of the, you know what I mean? I did footnotes instead of saying see page da-da-da of budget. So just, when you see a footnote as we go on. So then as an overview.
Well, we haven't finished. We're removing,
Yeah, she's doing it on the saved file. So we're
it's
gonna
not
see
showing
it.
up on it.
Here,
No,
hang on a second.
The first one, we did see the change you made. We didn't see the most recent, though.
Because the first one wasn't doing on the copy, I was doing on the regular one. So,
Just do the,
So,
she made a copy of that one.
Okay, so which one are we seeing? Can we use the
I'm
one
gonna
where
share
we
it.
can see your
okay,
changes?
so this
I'm
is
sharing it with
intact,
you.
and then we open up the new one.
I just sent the report to you.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
thank
so
you.
it's called copy 2 of FC report for FY24.
All right, I want to go back here.
We'll
I
format
should
later,
use
'cause right now I can't make it go on that same page.
So it's
So
copy
how
copy two of Finance Committee
Press the
report.
check right there in the corner.
Okay,
Yeah.
Now press.
okay.
Do you want me to share it with Kaylin too?
I'm gonna share it with everybody, I guess, yeah.
So if it doesn't show up there, you have to go.
Yeah, I didn't even ask, are you guys following this?
Okay, wait,
Yeah, on Google Doc? Do you want to follow
So now I
it
have to
on-
go to,
Yeah, can you invite Kate and Jody, and it's called,
thank you. Okay,
all right.
all right, so next is the budget summary.
You forget the footnote, because that's not necessary.
I'm taking that out.
The footnote?
The city council work session, April.
I'm sorry?
Oh.
Where are we? I thought we were on
Yeah,
budget
we are.
summary.
Well, there needs to be a title on the previous paragraph about the strategic planning.
How about strategic plan?
I mean, if we're gonna be consistent and have titles for everything.
Oh, yeah, right.
What introduces that paragraph?
Yeah, okay.
Is it council planning?
Council budget process.
Okay, or
What,
preparation?
preparation? Does that work?
And then,
Bold that,
yeah.
yeah.
And then under the graphic 24 budget summary, I would put that in the center and enlarge it. And then under that, we take the general fund, and I assume we go
Wait a
on
second.
to,
You would put what in the?
So this is still the executive
because that's the
summary,
major
right?
heading
Oh, yeah.
for what's coming, right?
Oh, this budget summary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would enlarge it, it's small,
Yeah, I
yeah.
can't read it, yeah.
And take away the footnote, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
General revenue fund.
If you click the image, can you, no, you already did.
Do we-
Enlarge it. Did you?
It's enlarged. Do you want it?
I'm sorry,
underlined?
you're saying,
No, I wondered if she enlarged it.
oh,
Do you want me to enlarge it more?
no, I don't think so. I mean, but note the point
14.
Okay, so that we can be consistent with, because I assume everything else is 12 point.
Okay, so this is where they have this information on a slide. It is a summary, it's important stuff. And it explains, the positive part of the positive stuff. And then I just added one of my own about the grants. So I don't know if that's a good synopsis, but we call it something different because the good news is sort of, Jody's word for it, or.
Shouldn't we have the good news of what has passed for 23 first, and then the proposed for 24? Sorry. So move the graph, which I think is good, under the good news. So that tells us what's coming. So you have the current and then you have the future.
Like that?
Yeah. Do we need the more analysis?
On the grants, no, because I talk about that in capital. It's really important news, but we don't need to say it.
Well, if we're going to say it, we should say how much it is, as opposed to just saying we got more money. What does that mean?
Yeah, I elaborated on that with 2 graphs in
Okay.
capital improvements.
Okay.
And it has here, yeah, okay.
I'm taking away this. Footnote.
So this is all revenue stuff.
So tell me how these 2 charts, pie charts, differ.
One is revenue coming in and the other is expenditures going out.
Okay.
Both projections for 2024.
So how do the challenges, what does the list of challenges impact? Is it impacting the revenue?
Yeah, yes, that's challenges to revenue.
Okay. So we have good news and then challenges.
Do you want to call it revenue challenges?
No,
Because
I mean, the title is already general fund expenditure projections. I mean, it's fine,
Where are you, Palmer?
I'm looking at the challenges and then general fund expenditure projections.
Oh, that you can get rid of the footnote.
Yeah, it's not letting me. Kaylin, can you do that? Get rid of that little number 1. Oh, I see where it is there. Gotcha. Thank you.
now, we mentioned the pension rates for the state, but we say except police and fire. So the majority of our folks are not in the state pension. So we're mentioning the smaller group. Do we know the percentage of increase for police and fire?
Will we say that above, that it's holding steady?
Well,
In the
if
good
we
news.
if we have the percentage for the state, then I would think we'd have the percentage for the police and fire.
But there's no
I believe
increase.
if you added all the city employees up, whether they're in the enterprise funds or the general fund, I think you probably find it even, or maybe even more than half are in the state pension, because it's everybody other than police and fire. She's all the utilities, all the DPW, all the transportation, all finance, all the other departments added together. I can add that up for you pretty quickly, though.
Well, my question is, shouldn't we give what the police and fire pension
Yeah, and it was on one of my
increases?
PowerPoint slides as well. It was a small
So we-
increase. It was like a point-something% increase. It's on one of those slides right here.
So I'm not questioning either one. I'm saying if
Yeah,
you give one rate, we
yes,
should
it's a
give the
small
other rate.
increase, and we say what the dollar impact is on the budget for '24. So I would put them both in.
Okay, I was confused because of the negotiations last year, I thought you had on the good news slide that police and fire pension costs as a percent of salary for police and fire will be relatively flat.
Yes, but
So I
that
didn't
doesn't
see-
have anything to do with negotiations. We do an actuarial report every year to tell
that's
us what
just
the percent is.
pension.
Okay, go ahead.
So, wow, even with the stock market, okay. So, okay, so leave that, and then
What I'm saying is we need to add what police and fire's rate increases. If we give half
state
of the
pension
employees
rates.
increase, we
Yeah,
should give.
just added
the other
line
half.
item.
To the good news?
So that.
No challenges, would be challenges
it's
then,
under-
Jody?
Well, the police and fire rate went up a very small amount, which I think is great news.
Okay,
Yes, it is.
Because
It's
it
good
could, it has in the past, we've had some substantial increases there as the percent of salary, and that percent of salary is relatively flat. It is going up a little, but not very much.
So we have that in good news. Police and fire pension costs as a percent of salary for police and fire will be relatively flat.
that's pension. That's pension.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's
you're
what we're
talking
talking about, though.
Oh, now I'm
State
confused.
pension employees, and so that's fine. If it's there, I didn't.
Yeah, okay.
I skipped over that, so that's
Okay.
fine.
It was in good news, yeah, okay. Is that enough to say?
Yeah, it's addressed under good news.
Yes, and that's because during the last 4 years or so, we've had to increase that percentage of salary every year to try to incorporate a lot of the actuarial assumptions that were being used. And we did that over 2 or 3 years, and we finally got it incorporated. And the last 2 years have just been based on normal actuarial changes, the value of the assets, the value of the investments, how much salary increases are, et cetera. And this is a,
Can I ask a question for my own knowledge? When you negotiate the contracts, the union contracts, do you discuss pension at all? I mean,
Yes.
you would say yes, right?
well, we would discuss
Yeah,
in general, meaning our
But it
intentions are to contribute what the actuary recommends.
yeah. Okay.
We don't.
It's not negotiating.
It's not specifically negotiating to the rate or
But
anything.
it's
That's
there
determined
as a-
by the actuary.
Yeah.
Well, but we are negotiating, not the rate, but their contribution and our contribution.
Their percentage of salaries is, I believe, in the contract, and I would ask somebody else to answer that question specifically, because I'm not
It's,
the,
no, it's.
So that
fine.
is a negotiated item, and we lost a lawsuit that addressed the retirees. Mr. Malinoff, do you recall? So the retirees are included in any rate increase that we give our employees.
Well, that's a-
so retirees are receiving their pension, they're not getting a salary. We don't,
No, I'm talking about the increases, the salary increases that we give our active
you're talking about
employees.
the benefits paid to the retirees are going up at a certain calculated level. I don't know if I don't know if that's in the contract or not, because they're retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we could talk more about this.
Yeah, I think that would be a better
I'm sorry
question
if I-
for
No,
the
no,
human
no.
resources
No,
manager.
you answered my question. It is part of it, the discussion, yeah. Okay, so then that's expenditures. Okay? Okay. Then, oh gosh, yeah. I showed the calculation of the debt. That's like kind of what drives the whole fund balance thing. So I tried to make it so that you could follow the math. And so the 3 buckets of money that it's allocated to, which is the capital reserves and you probably should look at this, Jody, even though I think it's from your slide, but, and the city, obviously is adding to these reserves. So
So when it says in accordance with our policies, what policy is it? Is
It's a
specific?
resolution that we passed,
Should we say that?
2017, Jody? We revised our debt policies because the funds were consolidated and
I think Ms. Conley has it.
It would have been it would have been right before this, I'm trying to think of what year it would have been, if it's 17 or 18.
oh, wait, I think I have it in the last report.
The resolution that approved the policies, and maybe in the front of the budget book, because we quote those policies in the front of the budget
Yeah,
book.
and you're
Madam Chair, if I may, Katie Conley, Budget Manager, it's on page 9 of the budget book, and it's Resolution R3118.
18?
Yes, ma'am.
18, okay, yeah. So this basically explains how we allocate the money.
So we're saying in accordance with R3118.
You might want to see, are you talking about the fund balance reserves and how much we put away into the reserves? I would call that the fund balance policy, in accordance with the city's fund balance policy, and then refer to the resolution.
How's that?
This doesn't,
Do we
um,
want to say in general fund balance is excess or surplus money? I'm not sure we want to describe it quite that way.
oh, you need that sentence, really, for the policy.
Yeah, I want to
don't
see
wanna
what you're
tell
saying in
anybody.
context, so I know what it is
Do you
we're,
want to get on Google Docs and follow us? That's probably too much to ask.
This is the reserve fund.
So just take out that sentence.
Yeah,
And then just say further,
because we use the word excess in the next sentence, above the 15%.
yeah. Budget stabilization categories, cities projected to add to each of these services at the end.
So do we want to use the term reserve, or we have any excess above the 15%? I don't know.
Yeah, it's reserve, but, Jody, are you looking at it?
Yeah, so I'm looking at which, are you on page 4 of
34?
Yes. So where it says to require city to divide any excess above,
Okay,
should it say any excess reserve?
in accordance with the, let me read this to myself first.
Maybe excess is the right word. I don't know.
So that's correctly worded and it's very general. When you say,
Yeah, I want to keep it general.
you say requirement above the city's further, the policy requires the city to divide any excess above the 15% requirement among the 3 reserves. Yes, in very general terms.
Yeah.
Because half of the reserve would first go to budget stabilization. It's supposed to go half and half, budget stabilization and capital reserve fund. But our budget stabilization fund has a cap. And it says when it's at the cap, then that rest of that 50% that would have gone into budget stabilization falls into the one-time reserve. So when you say that we divide it among the 3 reserves,
Well, I kind of stayed silent on that and then just did it
So,
in the next
yes,
paragraph.
so in a very general sense,
Yeah.
that sentence is correct.
Because you would have to add a lot of explanation on the
Right.
budget stabilization, yeah.
When I first started reading this, I'm not sure about the header that says fund appropriations to the capital reserve. We don't appropriate to the capital reserve. Appropriations is a spending authority.
Fund allocation?
Yeah, that's a better word.
So what is confusing here is, so, we take what we need to budget and we have the excess, and then to one-time costs. This says that we have 2,667,497 for one-time costs. Is that what we're telling the council? Because that number's always different.
Where are you getting the 2667 from?
On your slide, you have it on your slide 2 or page of your budget.
Yes, correct. So that is the additional layer that we are projecting will be added to the one-time reserve at the end of this fiscal year.
That's the replenishment. Okay.
But, and that's a projection. So it's, that's what we anticipated when we do the estimates. It could be more, it could be less, depending on where the year ends up.
Okay. Yeah, because someone reading that would think that that's all we have for one-time costs, is my point. It's really a replenishment to,
Yes, and
so if we change,
and page 20 of the budget book gives you that fund balance, what I call a roll forward, taking you from 22 balances in those reserves,
yeah.
recording the expenditures against those reserves and the new.
Okay, yeah.
So that kind of gives you
Yeah.
the point in
Yeah.
time if you want to include any of that information.
See page 20 of budget book.
At
Right.
the end of the
At the end of
sentence.
this, yeah. And then replenish reserve for one-time costs. I think we should say replenish reserve to one-time costs. Maybe. Jody's shaking her
Where
head.
are you talking about?
The last sentence.
The city is projected to add to each of these reserves at the end of the fiscal year? That one?
Oh, no, I'm below the calculations.
Oh, sorry.
Do we need that sentence, though? The city is projected to add to each of these reserves at the end of 23.
Yeah, I think so. That's a positive. Yeah. We have, that's, so, you look at page 20 and you're like, what, okay, what does this say? And so then I just, did the calc, what do you think, Jody?
I think it's, the way it's written right now, I think it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I do think you would want to say that you're adding to all three reserves, which shows something good.
Okay. And then the line item math below is fine? Sort of,
So how far, okay, gotta look. the
I'm
next
just looking
page.
at the whole section as a whole now.
Okay, so,
It sort of extracts from page 20 the pertinent stuff, that's all. Otherwise, it's like, how did we know that?
okay.
And these numbers should match your budget presentation page.
Is it accurate, the last line, replenish reserve for one-time cost? Is that,
That's the number that, oh, yeah, it's page 19 of your budget PowerPoint, Jody.
Yeah. I also, there's a calculation, I'm checking the numbers for you, so they look like they're all right to me.
please?
Of course, you can't add up to 5772 really quickly.
So it makes, it then makes our one-time costs projected budget the $4 million number.
Page 20? 420.
420?
we're allocating the excess to the one-time use.
Yes, so all the numbers that I see, I'm down through H in those next two sentences, so those are all correct. On the okay, let me know when you're moving down, because we don't have an ARPA fund per se.
Oh,
We have
okay,
ARPA
so we're-
monies
okay,
that
so-
we've received.
Why do I have to- Okay, so we're not on ARPA.
When it's
yet.
capitalized, it looks like we have an ARPA fund, and it's not an ARPA fund. I would
Okay.
just say ARPA funding. And I wouldn't call it appropriations.
Okay, ARPA funding.
Oh, you don't?
I did.
Oh,
You're yes. No, Katie's not on.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, because Kate, this might be where I need your maybe I might just have you insert the graph in here. Okay. Yeah,
We're on page 5.
oh yeah, forget my note
Middle of
there.
the page. ARPA funding.
Okay. So that's important, and those are from your budget presentation to FAC, yeah. Yeah, okay. Which was the same presentation to the council, okay. So this is where this is an important statement. As stated above, if operating expense projections hold and continue to grow, it outpaces revenue. This graph, I don't need the word clearly, this graph shows that without finding additional revenue for fiscal year 2025. Oh, wait, it shows that without, oh no, that period, I don't know, it was late.
Without funding additional
So we
revenue.
want to prevent a tax increase, unlike the county I read. So the graph that Kate is going to insert is that graph where you see the two lines cross each other because the ARPA funding ends, correct?
so if you're looking at the top two lines on the graph,
Oh,
they,
we have to get it pasted. Yeah, give Kate a second to get it pasted. That last part you can delete, but it's came up during the FAC meeting, and it didn't come up during Finance Committee by Planning and Zoning. But it's a really, did you know that, Jody, that we hired a consultant called
Urban 3.
Urban 3? And it's,
that's Brooks,
yeah,
that's Brooks' initiative through
Yeah.
planning and zoning to look at our land, the way we're using our land within the city and whether it maximizes our.
yeah. But I read their proposal, and they're actually going to evaluate everything. They're going to look at our exempt property. I mean, it sounds like it's a really necessary,
And if you remember, we came to you for an additional appropriation because the cost of the study
Yeah.
was higher than they initially thought. And it's
Yeah.
more, they want to do it in very comprehensive fashion, so.
do you agree, Mike, on this study? I think it's really important because the property tax is the meat of our revenue, and then to see where we're underutilizing. So I think that should be, I have to show you that, but the recommendation to look at that and see how we can optimize land use.
Madam Chair, Michael Malinoff, City Manager. I recall it first coming up when I was acting Planning and Zoning Director, and I spoke to Eric Lisinski, who's doing our comp plan, and wanted to make sure that it worked well with what he was doing, and he highly recommended it. It made sense on a lot of different levels. It would help him complete the comp plan, add some detail to that, but also look at how we can, as you're mentioning, maximize the potential for revenue in the city. And we've always had issues with exempt properties and the percentage
Yeah.
that's not taxable and why, people are paying
Yeah.
for utilities, not taxes, things like that. So it
Yeah.
can be a good,
Yeah, and he'll evaluate or it will evaluate, commercial properties versus residential and the cost of the respective services, et
Right.
cetera. So, anyways, I think it's a good thing moving forward. So I
right?
referenced it. But,
It is.
so here's the graph.
So should we leave that in the original report? Do we need it in this executive summary?
What's that?
That's the note that you're referring to.
I think it's probably more in recommendations. Or do you want it here? It's up to you. I
I
just
don't
didn't
think
wanna-
it's needed here. I'm
Yeah.
not sure that it's a recommendation. It's already
Yeah.
being done. So
Yeah,
what would we?
Support it. We need to support it. And we don't want, we want to make sure that report just doesn't end up on a shelf. Right?
With this particular note, just take it out.
Parking lotted, I guess, at the end or something. I don't know. Somehow it should be, we'll just use the word supported at the recommendation or something.
Let me know when we get back to the line graph, because it's in there now. Thank
Yeah,
you,
the
Katie.
thing about the line graph is the bottom right is the most important part.
Right, the bottom right, and
And
it's not, they don't cross. I would look at that yellow line down at the bottom right. That is the gap between our revenue sources and our expenses during those years. The green, you said something about the lines crossing. That's at the top. The top it crosses, but in those first couple years, we have some ARPA funds to offset it. It's the following years where there would be a structural deficit if our revenues don't grow, or if we don't lower the pace of their expense growth.
So when the green and red above, does that reflect?
That is with ARPA taken out.
Yeah.
That is, if we had no ARPA, expenses would be the red line, and revenue, the green line.
We should know. I don't know if you can change the chart, but that has to be. It isn't clear. You
Well,
don't know
at
whether
the
it's
bottom, at the bottom, I put a green. The green line is the use of ARPA funds.
There's no green line at the bottom. Is that what you're
It looks
talking?
gray. Oh, it looks green. I'm sorry. It's gray. The one,
Okay.
it's showing you that first year, FY 2024, we're using those
revenue. Were you
proposed
using
ARPA revenues. And then in the following year, we have a combination of proposed ARPA, and then we have a small structural deficit.
And these are in thousands, not millions.
I'm sorry, what?
These are in thousands of dollars?
Yes.
Is this going to be
The
clear
projected
for
revenues on the green line?
our colleagues to understand what this is saying?
They did. I know Rob. We did it last year, and I know like Rob understood it. But I think because it's so important to say, and I
Right.
thought a graph
Can
would be
we-
the best way. But
Yeah,
it is.
can we better explain the graph? And
Yeah.
that basically say in the lower right-hand corner,
Which is the important thing, to say that this is with ARPA running out. Yeah.
Katie, is there a way, I'm sorry, Ms. Conley, on this particular graphic, can we pull that bottom part of, can we
Just move it up.
magnify that bottom part of the graph, the yellow and gray lines?
So what I was trying to do when I first did the graph
Yeah.
was to show some kind of shading between the red and the green to show how much of that's filled with ARPA and how much is filled with the deficit, but I couldn't figure out how to do it
Yeah.
in the graphic. So I understand that putting that down in the bottom right is not the best way to show what we're trying to show.
Yeah. We need to clarify the relationship between the two charts, if you will. And I understand that you're following the same timeline. It's lined up with the same, timeline. So number one, we would want to move it up.
there's probably a way to show some kind of layered graph with our typical revenues, then our ARPA revenues, and then the deficit. But it's going to take an overhaul of that graph to do that, because we have to change the data that we're feeding
So
to
the
it.
story we want to tell, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe, is there any way we can do this in one graph? The story we want to tell is the actual ARPA story, that the ARPA money is going to be, you know.
Our assistant city manager has volunteered to try to work on that, to show what you're trying to show. Because I do agree, this is not the best way to show it.
Okay.
I just don't have that much knowledge about how to do the
We
graphing.
would love that, because it is a simple story. ARPA's running out, and we're going to have a structural deficit if we don't find more revenue. But we were trying to tell two things, which, yeah, because that's the reality now.
Do you have access to it? Do you want me to share this document?
I'll have to share the Excel file and review the Excel file with her, and then try to change the data that's going into the file. That's why I'm saying it's not really quick, like.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Miss? Yeah.
I'll play with it.
Yeah, what story do you think? I mean, I don't want to do gloom and doom, but it is the message.
I mean, what I think I'm hearing is that what you're looking for is something that more immediately draws the eye toward the part of the story that you're interested in telling, right? So all the information is there, but part of what you're talking through is look here, then look here, then look here, and this is the story, and that's like 3 steps into what your eye got drawn to. And I think what I'm hearing from you is, can we construct something where one of the earlier things your eye is drawn to is the part of the story that we're interested in telling? Is that a fair?
It's an absolute.
So let me play,
representation.
see if I can come up with something that does that. I don't know if I'll be successful, but let's give it a shot.
Because then it will tie into recommendations, at least a couple that have come up, which is, I think I just did a stab on it at the bottom of the report for recommendation, is to, you know, optimize the hotel tax. And I just sent you an email this morning, Jody, that we have that email.
No, I'm looking at something else.
Oh, but yeah, you know, I mean, you mentioned that we need to make sure that all the people that.
Oh, the
have
enforcement
licenses
efforts
get, yeah. So
That
don't know if
I
that's
think
what-
we're not 100% enforcing who's renting their homes.
And so that's an add, I assume, to host compliance's contract, which we would put in as an amendment perhaps. Anyways, I'm going off.
No, but, and I also, we learned yesterday that I believe that the county executive's increasing the occupancy tax rate, planning to. It has to go through this scrutiny of the council, so I don't know if it'll end up there, which will benefit us to some extent. And I was looking for the amount that might represent, and I think it's somewhere around 600,000. But we've also talked about, you know, well, if we want to do anything else with that extra funding, so,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, no. Put it
No,
towards-
I mean,
Yeah.
if we come up with, if the enforcement effort works, and if the property values increase more than my graph is anticipating,
Yeah.
then we might not have an issue at all,
Yeah, no, I know.
so.
Yeah. Okay, so, but yeah, that's something that like we can't lose sight of, I guess, is that hotel tax thing. Wow. Okay, so then the last part of the executive summary was salary benefits classifications, because that's a big part of the story this budget cycle, is that we have a consultant reclassifying. So I wanted to say that, and I forgot the name of the consultant that I wanted to put in. What was the name of the consultant? Does anyone remember? Probably in my notes.
Notes yesterday on it.
Did she give us the name? She told us she had awarded a contract, but I'm not sure she gave us the name.
Are you talking about the HR manager? She did have a name, I don't remember what it
I
is.
don't either.
Okay.
I don't know whether the name.
We,
is
yeah,
Really.
No, that's fine.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, so I just, and then it was very important to note that you, like you did last year with the union negotiations, that this year you put a placeholder for any dollar impact of those reclassifications. Yeah, so that's good. So that's just 3 sentences, 2 sentences.
I'm not sure the last sentence. Deputy Director position has been prioritized.
Kind of came
for
out of our
review.
discussion yesterday. I thought worth mentioning, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. So maybe we just delete it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Then that's it. That would be the executive summary.
Plus, we will add to that our recommendations.
So we would push down the departmental presentations for now. And say finance committee recommendations.
Well, I think we should add a statement here before that that says all departments presented, and you can go to wherever we are putting this to see the department's goals, performance measures, budget,
Well,
enhancements, etc.
yeah. Why are we putting department recommendations here, or is your intent to list recommendations against the budget, like general recommendations? And, or, I know what you're saying because it should be in the executive summary, but
Isn't that what
They
we're
just come
doing,
out of
the
nowhere.
summary now? What do you mean? What comes?
well, we're going to obviously in recommendations we're going to talk about departments, right? And so.
Do we have recommendations for
okay,
every
that's what you
department?
said. Then you're going to reference the department tab. That's it. That's what you said earlier.
That's what I just said just now, that we would put a notation here.
So I've just said department presentations. Department presentations were held for the finance committee April 17th through May 1st. Each department's addressed the following rubric developed by the finance committee in their presentations: performance measures, summary of budget requests, explanation of changes, and enhancements included.
Yeah, that's your rubric.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And then
That,
finance
okay.
committee
That answers my,
cross-reference.
okay, that answers my questions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I couldn't tie recommendations into
Yeah,
general stuff.
so if we have that department presentations.
Yeah.
And then we go into finance committee recommendations. And-
One other thing, though, before we go on, we have enhancements included. We did get enhancements that were not included also.
How about enhancements included and not included? And it's just allergies, by the way. Sorry.
I know.
Everybody's got them. So think about where I put the oddball, what did the, whatever the heck I asked. Well, we did debt policy, like enterprise funds. I think we already did it down below, but where do we put that? Because that's not a department, and the capital budget.
I think that,
Just a synopsis after departments or something?
Well, we just finished departments. So,
Wait,
what do you mean we finished?
we finished
I mean,
departments.
in this summary that we're doing, we're not writing out all the information by each
Right.
department, right? Or is,
No, we're referencing that they go to for
Right.
detail information.
Yeah,
and
so,
that's what's here, right? That's what you just
so,
inserted there.
so let me,
I just need to insert one more thing that just says, please reference whatever we're gonna call the piece that we're gonna leave the department right?
well, I mean,
We're
another,
gonna please reference Drive,
yeah, because we
Google
have,
Drive folder, blah, blah, blah.
well, we have, here's the oddballs. Well, we just did one, I just don't know where to put it. We did the DPW enterprise funds account. Where do we put that? And then like community grants, for example, they're kind of different than a department.
I would think before our recommendations,
Put the blurb in.
Is that in here or outside?
Kaylin, have you created the folder in the drive for all of the presentations?
You want me to do it?
Sure, so I can reference what it's called.
Oh, okay, I'll just make the create it. I'm gonna have to create our own because we cannot rearrange. I can't rearrange them in the drive. What I can do though is create us a drive and put one whoever went first, two whoever went first, so on and so forth. So that we have our. It's just a separate drive, just one, two, in order of who presented first.
You can't create a folder in the shared drive?
Do I have access to rename it in these? Okay. Nice.
Is it important to put them in the order that they presented? Because that's not going to make it easy to find. If we just put them in alphabetical order.
Yeah, they could be in alphabetical order. Right now, that most of them start with FY24, so
Right,
we'd have to
so-
just change the titles of them.
Alphabetical
So
order.
So
it's
let's
like
put them in
fire.
alphabetical order.
Fire was first, so I would put one fire. Like
No,
We're
alphabetical.
talking about just alphabetizing
they
them.
went in the alphabetical order.
Who's she talking to?
Eugene?
Alphabetical order doesn't work because Google Drive works is when the last file that was open is the one that's at the top. So even if I put it in alphabetical order, if you go to open the mayor's office, that's gonna be first when you go to open the drive.
But we don't want them to have access to make changes. It is just for information, read only.
We're just resorting them.
So how does that make a difference?
I still have to. Yeah,
Is it a Brian question? Because it's his,
literally, it's not a good idea to resort just to create another one. And
Who are you talking to?
Julian, this is their folder.
Okay, but we need a document, and maybe this isn't the right format, where all the aldermen can go and easily look for the department's presentation.
that's supposed to be what that is what they're saying.
But I understand, but he's saying that it last one opened is the first one that's gonna appear.
Pop up.
So as they're finding them, just like with us, we have to search through to find the one that we're looking for. We
So-
wanna fix that.
Yeah.
But my belief is that if you create a folder
Folder.
and put those into the folder, then instead of searching the entire drive for a particular presentation, it's in the folder, and whether
Yeah.
whether inside the folder they are
Yeah, what we want you to do is.
mixed up every
Yeah.
time somebody opens it,
Yeah.
at least there's just those.
Each department already has a folder in my drive that you all are shared on. And I can just put their presentation in there and share the rest of it to the aldermen.
What we
maybe-
want- No, what we want you to do is very simple, is to make a new folder, call it Finance Committee Report, and then you're gonna move the presentations over to it as we go through, as we reference them.
How does that differ from what she has right there?
That's a lot of folders they're gonna have to.
Those are all the
searching for.
departments.
These are all the departments.
They're all the departments.
And what y'all don't want to do is to look through the departments to find the presentation, correct?
Right. We
So
want
if
to,
these are shared with all of you. So if you go to your drive and go to share with me,
Yeah,
these are gonna pop up.
Okay.
so all the departments are there. They're not in alphabetical order, but they're
No.
there, and it's much easier to read from.
Yeah, what you just showed us was easier to read than.
You
Yeah.
are these are your
So could
Let me
you
just show you
add,
this really quick.
could you add their presentation to
If I go
those?
to our drive and shared with me,
this is what it looks like.
this is what it looks
Yeah, and it's
Can I
all over
touch
the
this?
place.
like. Uh-huh.
There's a
Okay,
lot of
so-
stuff.
Okay, so this is the one.
So there's a folder called Department Presentations.
Okay, so they're all the way at the bottom. There, yours are. Where the? No, here they are, right there. But you want these at the top when you first see that.
Well, what I would like is just one folder so that I wasn't
if we could put all of those into one, I understand that they each have their own folder. But if we could put it into one folder so that I'm not scrolling through all of this other stuff. Does that make sense?
So, and you don't want to do it through here.
We could do it through there, budget, working.
But we'd have to go through all of these to find, how many departments are there?
Even if I create my own for us four right here and whoever else is in the room, this is still how it's going to come up when you open that folder.
So, because there's things in here that are not needed, so I would move them out of the folder
I
then.
can take those out. Katie just asked me to put them in here because these are the things
sorry.
that you all requested.
Right, I get that.
Yeah,
So we could use this folder
right.
if we,
Take these. You want me
Yeah.
to take this stuff out?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I could take the documents out.
Where are you gonna put them? Just,
just
have
on
them.
the shared.
do you want, can we rename that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Let's rename that folder
Julian, they want to rename the folder.
What do you want to rename it to?
so that they go to it. I don't know.
Budget working documents is what it's currently
Oh,
called.
We want it to be our report, right?
like it's the finance committee report,
Or
Like
the
it sounds like
finance
an-
committee
appendix.
department presentations? I mean, what is it that's gonna be here?
FY24
Department,
finance present
is
I
it
would just say
department budgets?
Department presentation.
department
Yes.
presentations. We heard that, Julian.
So FY, finance committee department presentation.
So as we go through, we may, sometimes we may, I assume we're gonna reference all of them, but
FY24 department presentations.
Did you include finance committee in
Finance committee
there? Mm-hmm.
department presentations.
or FC for short, finance committee.
And then we will put our report
In there too.
inside
So that
here.
is one folder. I understand what you're saying, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get it.
And that
So you
should
just
be the
want-
first one if we can do that. It'll change, right?
It'll change every time
Every
you
time
open
you
it.
open it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
just don't want the. I can take those out. I was just putting them in there because. You
Yeah, no, I get it. That way,
Why don't you have access to that? So OEM needs to let up. They need to give you access in.
enterprise funds,
Yes.
OEM, and
We
we
were able to call it up.
On Granicus, but if you go to the drive, she has a lock on him.
I was able to call them up under the Google
On the drive?
Yeah.
for some reason they locked me out of theirs.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
I just wanted to see where we, since we're sort of finalizing the front part of the report, where do we put these weird oddballs at the end?
I think that what we will do is we will create a separate piece that's called a summary that will go into that drive. Since we've done the work to summarize them, right? Cut and paste or whatever. So it's a summary of everybody. So that as a regular person would only have to go into the summary if they were just wanting the basic details versus going into each individual department. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this was, that was sort of the intent.
Right.
And we,
Are we working on copy two? Is that the one
Yeah.
that you're making changes to?
Yeah.
okay, let's just keep going through then.
Can we take a 10-minute recess?
Yeah, what's our schedule today? What's
Same.
everybody's schedule? And just for pacing ourselves, what do you think?
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
would
just
like
that
it if we
same
ended by 1:30, but
Yeah, the latest,
yeah,
yeah.
but
I'm sorry, I'm missing this discussion. What did you say?
No, we were talking about.
schedule. I
I know
asked for a
that, I
10-minute recess.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're going to recess and then we're going to talk about the rest of the, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Yeah, I guess 1:30 will come up before. Okay, we're back from recess. Okay, so during break, we were talking about, well, we weren't talking about anything, but we have slides as we're referencing. And so what I was thinking about is the stuff that we just have information, but it's not on a slide. And that happens under capital budget. So where are we in the report? This is something that might go before departments, perhaps? It's just a,
The capital budget?
yeah, because what I'm thinking, it's at the very, I don't know, how do you get page numbers here? So capital budget, Katie gave me two charts that showed the funding from last year versus this year. And that's a real good story to tell. So I wanted to tell it visually.
As far as the grant funding
Yeah,
in particular.
yeah. And the less used for bonds, right? So I say that, but is that too much? That's all. And then there's a second part to this, which is operational, which is the project review.
Right.
Okay, so Sheila, in the capital project review, there were a lot of projects that were added. And because of staff concerns, David Jarrell allocated, he didn't allocate any money, he just said planning. So someday those are gonna just, think of a better phrase than hit the fan. Like, you know what I mean? So David Jarrell, I wrote an email to David Jarrell and said, how are you gonna manage these projects, existing and new? And he wrote back an email that was very comprehensive. And so I inserted it here because I thought I didn't want to try to rewrite it. And he basically talks about completing which projects during the calendar year, and then in 2023, and which projects are going to be completed in 2024. And then he talks about how he's assigning his staff. And then his last thing that says, should city staff get overwhelmed with capital projects, we have the option for hiring owners' reps for additional projects in order to stretch the staffing. Again, this wouldn't require additional general fund funding, as it would be covered by the funding in the capital project. So obviously, we don't want that in the report. It's too lengthy, but I thought it was important information, and I didn't know what you guys thought. Because there's exposure there.
Madam
really.
Chair?
I mean, we're adding a ton of projects, yeah.
Along that same line of thought, Jody and I were in a meeting yesterday, and there was a discussion about project managers vis-a-vis the recreation department
Yeah, that's the other
projects.
one.
Is that part of what he
Yeah,
included?
that's brought up. I didn't get an answer from Parks and Recs other than what she presented that said, we have to figure out what we have before I assign staff to it. But for fiscal year 2024, I haven't. But we're going to have to review the street and parks, the city dock park, and then evaluate.
The Gateway Park, the potential of the Waterworks Park, the WE project,
Yeah,
and was there, in Morris Beach, Cars Beach?
yeah.
What's the ramp that's gonna run along the water side there?
That's I'd call it the WE, but it's the
No, the,
St. John's and
Oh, you're right.
that bike path.
Right.
And the idea being is similar to what Public Works does now, where the capital project budgets for a project manager. These projects, at the request of Public Works and kind of the way we've designed it with the new director, will be managed through the Recs department, but will be similarly funded for some sort of project manager to steer the project along. And I just wanted to make sure you when you talk to Director Jarrell, you get that information too.
Yeah, he wrote back talking about projects he'll be able to finish with the current staff, and then he said that there would not be any need to add staff, but what we could do if there was an emergency is have the option for hiring an owner's rep or something in the course of this.
Right. And I will add that, just like any capital cost and project manager, those costs can be allocated to the capital project itself as part
That's
of
what
its
he said,
costs.
yeah. Will be
And-
covered by the funding in the capital project.
And our new director has a lot of experience with capital improvements on parks as well, so it could be managed in that way instead of the traditional public works control if that's how we decide to do it. They could hire a parks project manager that would allocate the costs to the capital projects.
Okay. So, I got lengthy in the source of funding, if you want to back up with that. We don't need to put that in our report. It's good stuff. This is a big Jody policy thing about, looking at cash projections and then using that to determine how much, in bond proceeds we'll need, instead of anticipating the bond before you get any estimates. Otherwise, they just sort of sit there. So that felt the need to talk about that, but
I think we parked this down here for a little bit.
it's too much to conquer right now.
I mean, it's very important information, and it's important information as we take a look at the amendments and whatnot. Sorry. I think it's important information to share and make those aware of. But it's also in relation to amendments. So are there amendments that
No, actually.
either
yeah.
detract or
We-
complement?
Yeah, no, we don't really. That's the thing. It was to analyze whether we needed amendments, and that's when I checked with Director Jarrell, and it sounds like we don't.
But I know that there are some amendments
That affect
I've put some
capital
forth some-
budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think one of the questions is the choice of projects, because many of us had no input into the projects that are coming. So is there a need for the new projects that are in the works? And how do we complete the projects that are already on the books?
That's what I got here from David. That's what I was worried about. But
But the answer is, we just move forward with them anyway. And we don't have an opportunity, at one time, aldermen were asked what they needed in their wards, but that didn't happen this time. Mr. Malinoff, City.
May I, Michael Malinoff, City Manager, to answer your question, that's why I specifically asked that there be a budget item put on those projects in the CIP, so you would have that opportunity. So it would be transparently discussed, and each one of the ones I mentioned, I think, have, a budget to them from a previous amendment to the capital project. I think 50,000 for waterworks and 10,000 for Gateway, no, just for an example. And if you see any that you don't think have been, just let us know, because we agree that it needs to be transparent and you need to be involved.
So where is that?
It's in the CIP.
It's on each of,
They should. Any of them that have any active participation, monetary participation by the city, we amended those were specifically amended for that purpose, to give you the opportunity. And I think it was 10,000 for the Gateway because we needed to give due diligence money to the Navy to proceed with them looking at transferring the property, and 50,000 for waterworks because it was going to be for project, I forget the exact terminology, but design and
so how do we differentiate between those that are bond funded? I thought we had a practice to only use bond funding for projects that had a life expectancy of 20 years or more. But that sounds like it's changed.
So each project page in the capital book has two boxes down below. One outlines the expenses, and the second box outlines the sources. And grants can be used for long-lived projects as well. We just don't want to use bonds to fund something that's a small
That's
expense.
exactly
And so what
I'm
you'll find
questioning.
us doing is for, a lot of the times if we're doing like a feasibility study or something, we'll do that with the capital reserve monies and not with bonds. Or if it's an improvement, furniture type things that are shorter lived improvements, we'll try to fund some of the project with the capital reserve funds. So a lot of those projects are going to be a mix of bonds, grants, and capital reserve fund monies.
So and that's exactly what I was asking about, the projects that
You
are
can
10,000
see on
or
each one what the
50,000.
mixture is, and if you have any questions on the propriety
But
of the funding.
they're all together. There's no differentiation. It's totally based on each project title and all the information.
So,
that-
yeah, each project is assessed for its elements and the proper funding. And then those summary pages that you see are just everything all added up together.
Okay,
But
thank you.
I think what's really clear is page 10, where you sort them in that summary, you sort them by bonds, pay-go, and grants, and other.
That's just like I said, we create the individual pages first, and then we create those summaries up front.
Yeah,
And we summarize the sources, yes. It is helpful to see it all in one
so
summary.
that's why I thought the graphs were important too, to see the allocation of the funding. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I think what Alderwoman Finlayson was asking is the process changed, and Kate Conley is here to answer that.
I wasn't asking about the project change. I
yes.
was asking about the differentiation
Oh, I thought you-
between what we use bond funding for and what we use operating costs for.
I just want to address a comment that was made a couple comments ago. We did send, on December 1st, we sent to all department directors, all of council, the budget memo and instructions that details the steps that need to be taken to submit capital requests and operating requests for the '24 budget.
Yeah.
I didn't, I've heard from other council members that there was no opportunity, so thank you
Yeah,
for that.
That's what I thought you
I'm trying to
asked.
find the CIP on my iPad, and it's not in the,
So
Well,
OpenGov
we had
does
the
not have
presentation.
capital, but if you have your iPad, you can find both budget books online if you don't have your budget book with you.
is
Under
it in OpenGov?
the capital is
Yeah.
not in OpenGov.
you can go to the city website.
But are you looking for a schedule in particular? So in the front part of the capital book, it shows your funding sources, if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, that's what I'm looking.
Yep. Yes. So the capital book is on the website under, if it's not on the main screen, which I think it still is, I'm sorry, the main web page, it would be under budget.
The
I'll find
City of
it. Thank you.
Annapolis, Yeah, and I have the hard copy here too, Sheila, if you want to look at it. Anyways, so where do you want to go from here? Go back. I just wanted to know how we address these, oddball ones, and we don't forget them
Yeah. I think we leave them in there for right now.
for right now. Okay. All
They're
right.
parked at the bottom. And we go back to our report, which is, the next thing up on the report is Finance Committee recommendation.
By department? You want to do it by department?
What do you think, Sheila? By department? Or just a list of recommendations?
The list of recommendations, I think, is, yeah, okay. At the very, very bottom, I put some thoughts in red that from discussions, from Jody. I didn't want to lose those, or, maybe I didn't. Oh, I see what, yeah, I kind
So if I move this up to where
Yeah.
we're talking,
of, yeah,
and then we can further talk about it?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How did you guys do recommendations? I just thought going through the presentations would refresh our memory, or do you have your list already of recommendations?
I don't have a list yet.
Okay.
I do have one, but it's, I have others coming.
Okay.
So I missed your conversation. So where are we now?
So we are, the Finance Committee,
So did we finish the CIP? Are we including all this
we're parking
editorial?
that. We're parking that at the bottom for now.
Okay.
So,
And fees and fines, we're parking also because there's nothing there for either.
Fees and fines will park for right now.
Yeah, we haven't seen them yet. I think we're gonna see them.
Okay, so we're on recommendations.
and Ellie has started.
So you cut and pasted those up, but, yeah.
And the question was, should the recommendations be department by department? So do you want to start with the department and list our recommendations?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so we don't
It's
miss a
easy to find,
department,
but when-
yeah.
Okay.
So we don't miss a department.
Okay.
And that's what probably triggered the recommendation,
Right.
What
So-
recommendation are you talking about?
generally speaking, that our recommendation was triggered from a department presentation.
All right. So this starts with human resources, but that's because that was your first one to write on. Do we want to start with human resources, or do we want to start
Sure.
with fire department, since that was our first?
Let's start with,
We also have the format.
Where
that
do you want
all
to start?
Like, we figured it out.
what?
Thank
We
you,
figured the format out.
thank you.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
want to put it in order, it
Yeah.
will match up with the presentations and the drive.
Okay, so fire department is first?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, the fire department is easy because there isn't a recommendation. All of their enhancements were funded.
Okay.
So,
So and we agree with all their enhancements?
Yeah. Trying to think back to,
Should we list those or no? Because they're in the report, in there.
right.
I think maybe.
trying to find my-
That's something that, we have to think about what our colleagues would want to see. And, it kind of goes back to what changed.
Well, I mean, in the report too, I have all the highlights that were presented as well as their short-term, long-term goals, and their enhancements.
So I think for the purpose of brevity,
We say our recommendations are if under fire department, all enhancements were funded, and those were.
Okay, so if you go back to the section on the fire department, under enhancements, there are 6 of them.
So this is,
Is that the 30,000 decrease in clothing?
It starts with increased landscaping contract, 3,000. Increased Chesapeake officials, youth basketball official.
No, that's Parks and Rec.
Oh, wait a minute. No, this is,
wait a minute, whose color is this?
this is purple. This
is
is,
purple is me,
Yeah.
blue is you.
And I'm
Okay.
looking at 30,000
all right, I
increase in
am
benefit.
looking at the wrong one, I'm sorry.
There.
Okay, you're right, sorry.
Enhancements included in the budget.
So do we just want to include the increases
Yeah.
versus not the decreases?
Yeah. That's kind of.
So 30,000 increase in medical director's contract.
Right.
Well, hold on a sec. Let me just go back to the presentation, because maybe he just did did he do a section of enhancements?
It's on the chart, it's in there.
So
He listed, there's about 10 items, starting with 30,000 increase in the medical director's contract. If you jump down, increase in contract services, 35,000. Software, increase in phones. Those things should be consistent across the board.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this, but then I'm going to delete the decreases. Does that make sense?
The decreases, yes.
Okay. So for the purpose of our report, we're only going to do increases to the budget.
Yeah. I was just checking the budget book. Sometimes they section them off, the budget book lists separately, but
Yeah.
it's all in the accomplishments. So this is the case, we'll just reference the slide now that Sheila spent all this work cutting. I did the same thing with finance and DPW.
Well, do we want to include, we could say that and I think we should say that all of their enhancements were funded.
I did say that.
Yeah.
So I said all enhancements were funded, including.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yep. You captured them all, right? What am I? Yeah, you're up above. I'm not sure where you are, but I trust your editing at the top. Yeah, okay.
So what's the next department? Are we gonna?
Okay, so let's, so just, bullets are fine, right? We'll do
You agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
The next department,
MIT, I think?
Kaylin?
Sorry. Yeah,
It is absolutely.
it was,
I think MIT was mine, and I didn't do that one yet.
Parks and Recs.
Oh, it's Parks and Recs.
Recreation and Parks.
Yeah, we have.
Which one is it? Is it Park and
Recreation
Rec?
It's
and
Recreation and Parks.
Yeah, Recreation and Parks.
Everybody else in the world calls it Parks and Rec.
Yeah, we
but
always screw that up.
Recreation and Parks.
What day was MIT?
It's Recreation and Parks.
MIT was,
Kaylin, when was MIT for the date?
MIT was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What date? What was
Thursday,
their
April
date?
29th.
No, the 20th.
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 See,
Okay.
if I would have took the colors off of these.
Are you talking to?
I was like the 19th. Oh no, I mean the 20th.
I know, I love your color coded. You probably should put that in the report.
No, I'm definitely.
We
gonna
didn't
put the
have
report
any-
together for consistency.
Parks and Recs.
We didn't have any enhancements for Parks and Recs that were not included.
That's correct, if you're asking that. We took what they asked for and put it in groups by type, capital outlay, contract services, and we put it all in the administration budget,
Okay.
in the Rec and Parks administration budget.
Kaylin, we're gonna put this all in, but could you go back later on and format like the
Absolutely.
indentations and stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're gonna be our final look with the bullets and everything.
I'm just waiting for you to finish so that I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That,
No problem.
the tab lining up and everything.
I'm watching and I'm looking.
Does any, I mean, I don't, I'm just checking my notes too, because,
So we have for Parks and Recs enhancements included in the budget are 3,000 for landscape, 1,000 for youth basketball officials, 4,000 for basketball and adult softball contracts, capital improvements of $80,000, programming and training at 30. Those are the enhancements.
Can you read those again?
Landscaping at 3,000. Chesapeake officials youth basketball at 1,000. Youth basketball and adult softball contract 4,000. Capital 80,000. Program and training 30,000. Is that what you have?
So I have the 80,000, we have the 80,000 in capital and the 30,000 programmatic.
So,
Right. Program and
That's-
training 30.
That, correct, that's what we have. That's all we have.
Not the 3,000, the 1,000, or the 4,000?
Did we have three groupings or just two?
Just two.
Two?
in,
Excuse me.
okay.
This has,
In the budget book, she asked for a pool security guard and a performers.
performers are for art and public places.
Okay, so we got that, and then pool security guard for 26,000.
we look at it right
I'm checking the budget book as
for 24.
it's scaring me. Yeah, it is scaring myself.
Just remember that, sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 101 of the budget book, and it has a pool security guard, 26,000 within contractual services.
Yeah, I think Alderman O'Neill's talking about just the enhancements.
Right, and that's,
That's not an enhancement.
That's a continuation. We give you the breakdown of what's in contract services, and
Okay,
that's the
well,
only thing that's in there.
okay. When I see the word has requested, I'm thinking it's an enhancement request, so, okay, just checking.
What, Alderwoman O'Neill, I just want to make sure maybe it's not already embedded. We don't have those listed as enhancements. I want to make sure that if Recs and Parks put that forward, they don't, like we're talking the same language per se.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to figure out where I,
Let me, was it
I
their
think it was on their
presentation?
presentation.
What day were they?
Their second or third, let's see.
What was the date?
No, they weren't in May.
Okay, so on their,
What was the date
Parks
for
and
Rec and
Recs.
Parks?
What's it?
17?
Okay. 17th.
yeah, so changes from FY '23 contract services. It's page 14 of their budget presentation.
Here we go.
It says 3,000 landscaping, 1,000 basketball officials, 4,000 youth basketball,
Ah, yes.
and then FY '24 enhancement requests, 80,000 and 30,000.
That's correct. So the changes that are from the fiscal year '23,
Yeah.
it's a continuation of what they, level of service that they already offer. There's just the increase in cost there, so we don't consider those enhancements.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
So
to
the true enhancements are on that following slide, 15, which are the 80 and the 30 that we,
Okay. Okay. And those are included?
yes, ma'am.
What were the amounts?
80,000 for capital, 30,000 programmatic and training.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
So when I leave the master schedule,
Okay. Oh, those two. Thank you, questions. All right.
Karma, we both sound terrible.
Number in the
I'm
middle.
looking at their budget review, overview, I guess it is. And their budget went down by 180,000 or so.
That's because they took Harbor Master out of their budget.
Okay, so that was totally the harbor master's cost?
Yeah, they're under city manager
So where's the revenue from the harbor master?
and the city manager, where's the revenue for the harbor master? In the general fund. So, it's in the general fund.
I'd give you a ginger chew, but I only have one, I'm sorry.
Oh, I have some cough drops. Do
Oh,
you need one?
good. I have a ginger. Oh, and she's got it on both sides.
I think I need preventative.
Yeah, right.
I just sent you guys a copy of the view. You just take, let me know if that's kind of where you're.
Oh, the chart?
Of the chart, just to see if that's kind of where you were looking for.
Okay,
So I can always make adjustments, just
yeah,
is that sort of where you were.
okay. After, we can do that after Parks and Recs. Okay, so,
So for Parks and Recs enhancements, it's the 80,000 and the 30,000.
yeah.
Is there anything that we want to say to that?
But they're included, right?
Yeah.
There's-
Yes.
The pool and camp stuff, yeah.
So then I'm going to go back up to fire for a second because we list a lot of things: increases in contract services, increase due to some incoming out of warranty and 2 price increases, increase for reporting software. If those are just increases as the 1,000, 3,000, and 4,000 were, then we should not include them. Is that correct?
They're not, they're all
They're
funded.
not new.
They're not new.
They're not new. So I would take out, the only thing is the 30,000 increase in medical director's contract because that's substantial. That was an enhancement, correct?
I'm not sure whether that was, Jody can tell us, the medical directors or, I'm sorry, Ms. Dickinson, Ms. Conley,
That's just increase in cost,
just increased.
not an
the
enhancement.
cost.
Okay.
He went from part-time to full-time, I think.
So the fire
So that-
department then doesn't have any enhancements.
Exactly.
Yeah, sort of,
So do we just say fire department is funded due to increase in,
They do have enhancements.
All of their enhancements were included in the mayor's budget.
okay, Kate,
So there are no unfunded in it requests.
So we have
where do we see
the
those?
EMS, I'm sorry?
Where do we see those?
Page, for fire department in particular is page 78, under budget highlights.
Okay,
It's EMS training captain, EMS audit, and then funds for additional training.
okay.
so I'm just trying to be consistent.
Yeah. Okay, so those, I mean, think of them, those are sort of like scope changes or, add,
Yeah, you should be able to find all of your enhancements in that budget highlight section on each department in the book.
in the book, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Which,
And that's the long list that I already put in the report, but it's a lengthy list of their enhancements.
She's looking at the budget book now, which is these 3 items, but to your point, it is listed in, the EMS training cap, I thought I saw that in there. Where there's the audit, I saw the audit. Yeah, see how it says increase in contract services to cover 35,000 cost of required EMS audit? That's an enhancement.
But it's funded.
right, and we're saying all enhancements were funded, including,
Yeah, we're saying,
but what I'm asking is,
To be
do we
consistent.
be consistent and include
where rate increases happened versus,
What
Do we know that?
consistent-
because we
everyone.
just took off the 1,000, 3,000, and 4,000, which were all rate increases of Parks and Rec. Do we put it back in? That's what I'm asking.
Will we know rate increases for every department?
The question is whether or not,
My question
We're-
first.
okay,
Will we know rate increases for
I
each
believe that every
department?
department did suggest that their budget went up X number of dollars because of these rate increases. The cost of,
in
correct?
fact,
And I
yes.
ask because if we have it for all of them, we can use it for all of them. If we don't have it for all of them, then we either
our-
have to get it or not use it.
In our budget instructions, we put forth an inflationary factor for each department to consider. Now, if the cost would be, if there's cost savings, obviously we want them to capture that. If there was an increased cost above inflation and they're still doing the same level of service, right, they need to capture that as well. But the inflationary factor that we put in there was 4%.
So they all include that. So we could.
They all took that into consideration, yes.
Say that.
So could we make a blanket statement that
It's taken into consideration, but also there could be, cost saving factors included in that, right?
So the statement could be that it's generally, there's a 4% increase in the cost of us doing business, and there are other contributing, what was the term?
Circumstances, I mean, yeah.
Circumstances that increased it even more.
Or
Or
savings.
decreased it if they, like I told you, our finance budget for supplies, it's kind of been going down every year because we buy less paper, we're doing more electronically. So those factors, we take those into account when we're setting the budget.
So should we have a general statement for everyone, or should we try to encapsulate what each department uses as their saving technique or how they're increasing? I think that's the question, maybe I'm.
Yeah. Well, they were asked to project an inflation rate of 4%. However, for inflation, but also if they knew of any other cost increases or reductions applicable to the department. So you have, three categories, we have the overall inflation, and then we have adds and deducts. And then we're getting, a little blurry with enhancements. So the question is, do we want to do adds and deducts, or do we want to just do enhancements? What do our colleagues want to see?
I just made a statement that
So,
we could.
Alderwoman
as-
Finley, to answer your question, I think if you're concerned about the length of the report, I would do a general statement because that is true for all departments.
Yes.
Now, once you start diving in, I mean, that's going to just tack on considerably to your report.
Yep.
But I believe last year, Alderwoman Tierney, your committee, or finance committee, just focused on enhancements,
Yeah.
if I recall.
Yeah, if you're gonna, what we're talking about when we told them, level service. Here's your level of service. What's it gonna cost you to do the same level of services? Use this inflation factor, consider other increases or decreases, and give us that beginning budget. Then the enhancements went on top of that.
So for instance, in the fire department though, $30,000 is not a 4% increase over the medical
Right,
director's
you just
contract.
didn't.
Correct, but that was one of those circumstances that to deliver the same level of services, their medical director was going to have to charge that extra amount. For whatever reason, the contract being relet would,
Right, so that should remain in our report or our list of,
if you think it's a significant enough of a cost increase to note, it's not an enhancement, as we would call it. They're delivering the same medical services, but it's costing them more than 4% higher.
So
If I may.
Yeah.
I do
Please give
see,
us
I
the
do see the
statement.
point that you're making, Alderwoman O'Neill, but if I just could say a statement.
Yeah.
Our general fund budget is $109 million, right? 30,000, if you focus on, I see your point of 30,000, that's a big number, but in the grand scheme, if you're, depending on how detailed you want your report to be, you might start getting into, there's other departments that have had changes that significant that are giving the same level of service. But I do understand your point that $30,000 relatively to that department could be.
And my thought is that's something that we should point out, that overall, generally, it's a 4% increase. But in some cases, in particular, right now, the fire department, it's an increase that's over 4% to offer the same service. So, and I get it, $30,000 in the grand scheme of things is not a lot of money. But if everybody had $30,000 in every portion of their budget, we start to get, and I know that we don't have that, but I'm just saying, as far as highlighting some changes, if we have a general conversation that says, or a general statement that says, overall, all departments increased budget
They were
by
asked-
4%.
They were asked to, yeah.
Correct. In some cases, there were expenditures that are over 4%, and these are those expenditures.
Yeah, I think.
Under and over, because Jody mentioned the finance department, which is,
Well, yeah,
So I-
I don't know
I
if the
think we
unders
use
are
the
gonna be any big numbers like that. You see it kind of whittling down over time, but
So-
it's,
so-
I wouldn't,
Yeah.
my department wouldn't be something you'd need to highlight, but you tell us if, we want to make sure we capture what you want to
Yeah.
capture, so we got to make sure as we go through the departments that we're
Yeah,
capturing
it's a
those
judgment. It's a
special
judgment.
inflated items or any major changes that cut the budget substantially.
So like that 30,000 caught our eye, so it's worth mentioning.
Right, as does the 35,000
For
for
the
the
audit.
audit.
Yeah.
And,
You
but
know.
the other things, maybe not. Dues and membership increase.
Okay, so advising the departments to use Kate's language here, should we put that in the executive summary?
That's what I'm asking. Our general
Yeah.
statement is
Yeah.
generally there was a 4% increase due to inflation. In some cases, there are cost savings, and in others, it's more than 4%.
Yeah, that's basically what she asked them to provide, Kate, right?
the question is, did they increase their budgets, their proposed budgets by 4%? Or did you guys do that during the budget process, during the creation of the budget?
They were charged with that. We gave them the guidance of 4%. The departments create their base budgets, and we tell them, give us a base budget for the same level of services. When you're using inflationary factors, please use 4% unless you know you have a service or goods that are going to increase more than that. So they submit that first round to
Okay,
us.
so we can make that statement across the board for everyone. I think that's what we keep
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. It's exactly what they asked them to do. To use the 4% on it, to anticipate inflation and of any other cost reductions or increases applicable to their department.
And I believe Alderwoman O'Neill wants to put in those substantial cost increases that are higher than the 4%.
Yes.
So I guess we may want to have our own review to make sure we're capturing all those other increases that were higher than our 4% inflation.
Yeah, we're getting them from, well, I'm checking the budget book, but concurrently, we're checking the presentations and anything that sort of
Right.
jumps out at us.
So my question is then, fire department, 30% increase in medical director's contract.
30,000.
Oh, sorry, 30,000. 35,000 increase for the EMS audit. The next one on the list is the striker contract. We don't know what the increase on that is. But some things are coming out of warranty and 2 price increases. So do we take that out because it's just a general conversation as to why their budget went up? Or do we leave it in? And then I'm going to ask the same question about the next 6 bullet points.
If we're going to do this, we're going to have to do this for every department and go through and make a judgment call as to what's substantial, because we don't have all the numbers. What's the increase in overtime cost? Do we know?
So this is right out of their presentation, Sheila, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I'm reading their presentation right now, which is where I got it from.
So,
But yes,
yeah, and it goes back to the thought that we were gonna reference the presentation, so we're repeating it again.
I think is unnecessary, but,
Right.
you know,
That's what
I
I'm
thought
asking.
we
Do we take it
make
out?
that statement that Ms. Conley gave us, that all budgets increase by 4% or more or less, or, she said it perfectly, now she's running away.
Well, there's a way to put it so that it doesn't look like we rubber stamped all the presentations, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't think that's the message it sends. It means we're consistent.
so, right. That,
Well, do we have to make this decision now? Because we're belaboring this and we could be,
well, it's the format, like what.
I know,
that
but let's see
section-
what the next one looks like. You know, we know that fire has at least two standouts, 30,000 and 35,000.
Okay, so then Recreation and Parks has, I don't necessarily think that 3,000, 1,000, and 4,000 are standouts, but adding to their capital budget of 80,000 and programming and training at 30,000 are. So do I take those three?
Well, someone titled them enhancements, right?
Well, they are enhancements to the 23 budget,
Yeah.
but are they standouts? Are they major? Do we want to set a floor? You know, it says 25,000, I think, somewhere as a minimum. So do everything over 25,000 we want to list?
Okay. That's when we moved from fire to parks and rec, and then we were going to take those out. That's why I went back to fire to say,
Let's take the others out.
do we take the others out?
Yeah.
And if we want to use our benchmark of $25,000 or more,
Or more,
then
yeah.
let's do that.
Yeah. And it sounds like, I don't know how they came back to Kate, but it sounds like the line between enhancements and ads, I mean, increases were, there's a blurry line there for some.
Okay.
So we're consistent then between so far
Yeah.
Parks
So
and
far
Recs?
we are. So
So-
what's the next one after Parks and
Okay.
Rec?
Are we, is this when we reference the slide, or do we do that in one place? I mean, is this when we can say, see,
I think that we can say at the very bottom of them all, that says for more details
My iPad's
on
gonna die.
budget increases, decreases, whatever.
I know.
See the budget presentation under the folder on the drive.
do you agree with
Say
that?
that at the very end instead of with each one.
Is that okay, Sheila, to do the, to
You're not
references?
listening to us.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Kaylin because I need a wire for my iPad. Do you have
Oh,
yours
yeah, whatever
today?
happened to Brian's? Did we ask for those? Anyways, instead of saying see slide under each department, we were saying just a general statement saying,
Excuse me. Thank you. A general statement saying what?
to see for all departments, go to this, however we say it, for all departments, go here.
Folder on the drive.
For detail on each
detail.
department.
That's fine.
So what, after Parks and Rec, what is the next one?
That would be
Mayor's office.
Mayor's office, and that presentation was April 17th.
And I didn't get the mayor's office in here because,
Oh, you mean it was in flux a little bit here. Do you want to go back to that, or what do you, how do you want to do this?
Yeah.
What's the time?
so in the mayor's office,
Why don't we do the ones that, you did do the mayor's office or you did not?
it's not something I can cut and paste, no.
Yeah, so why don't we just skip that and go to the ones we have?
Okay.
Well,
Are you going to,
Here's my
We'll
question.
come back to it.
because
time-wise, what?
In the mayor's office, there's,
Law department, city manager's office. What else?
What?
no, mayor's office is a standalone.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's an enhancement that we want to discuss and not approve.
Yeah, let's kill it. I mean, that's all. What else do you need?
so, and
Yeah.
if this is our recommendations for what they requested and what
Yeah, now that we.
our recommendations are, then that's where it is.
Yeah, let's let's just, okay, so I'm
Where are
gonna,
we listing our recommendations? I mean.
Right here.
here,
Is that at the end? Where can I see what we've,
we're.
Because we haven't done any additional
haven't-
recommendations
We haven't
yet.
done any, we're kind of scanning the presentation, we're reviewing the presentation and, the budget book and our notes.
okay, so far we have
Nothing in Parks and Recs and nothing in,
Fire.
Fire.
I'm looking at what we have so far. We have transportation, the transportation fund, and general category.
All right, so.
I
Are
mean,
we,
do we not want to do this one right now?
I thought we were going, I mean, based on what we're saying, you know, you don't have to go back and cut and paste like we were all doing, so, so we can,
So I need to list what was
So what was the
included in the
date,
budget
7,
and what we,
18th?
our recommendation is.
you mean the ads, I guess, if you will, okay. So, there were, I know, I hope I'm not confusing things looking at the budget book, but we did, their enhancements, it appears, does it match with the presentation, the Butler statue, No Harm, Annapolis United, Mayor's Community Initiatives? We gotta do this sooner or later.
We
Where's
were
the
gonna deal with,
Where's their presentation?
it was the 17th?
Oh, here it is. Oh, that's not it. Granicus. Okay, April 17th, Finance Committee meeting. Mayor's office.
So we have 280,000 in special projects. General increases cover cost, annual increase in cost and service demands. Gmail, phone, text.
Where are you? What are you looking at?
Well, that's the same thing you have.
Okay.
Under special projects, contract services, for choice neighborhoods. That does include part-time position in public information delivery, 30,000, and part-time ombudsman, 34,000.
Oh, okay, this is budget 2023 of note. It's kind of confusing. This is 20, should be 2024.
Are you looking at the revised page?
Oh, God.
Looking at the revised
I
budget.
think it said revised, or it says corrected. Is that the correct one?
Where's the revised one? Is that in, sorry, it's probably in the drive, and I'm looking at Granicus.
The one that was in Granicus said it corrected, but it does have 23 budget. I think the heading's just wrong,
Oh, it's looking the same.
because some of them say 24, some say 23.
Can you specify what you're looking at, please?
We're trying to find
We're looking at the PowerPoint that the mayor's office.
the current one.
presentation.
You said there was a revised one. And mayors, city managers, mayor's office budget, modified May 2nd. That's today. Oh, because she, the folder thing. Do you have it up on your screen?
I don't. I can pull it up.
Oh, yeah, so you're right, it was corrected, now it says budget 2024 of note. Okay, so we have it summarized here, Karma. New contract part-time position for PIO, 30,000.
You're scrolling. Yeah, you're scrolling your documents.
I'm trying to find the
Oh,
newest
you're at the-
presentation. I had one in Granicus, but
It should be under,
Okay,
you have to go to the
go
Google
back.
Drive to get the latest.
Go to the 3 lines. And go to. Wait, where's your stuff? Can I see? Oh, I see
So
what it
then-
is. It's right here.
So that's all summarized there.
I had the one in Granicus, but,
It's right here.
okay.
You know it's correct when it says
Okay.
budget
This is
2024.
This is
Follow up.
Follow up, and then this.
Okay, so this is the one we want. Right?
That's all the notes that they had. It may be the last one. Oh no, that's the same one that Carmen.
The other one, yeah, but it's different.
Are you sure? You in the,
This is the newest
have to
one,
upload
but that's the same. Budget 24 of note.
I might have to upload the presentation in Granicus.
okay, that looks the same.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It's not the one
Oh,
that's
yeah,
in
that's the same.
Granicus, though. This is in-
No,
No, I
no.
didn't put this in Granicus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have
had
it,
to put
Karma?
This one in Granicus.
This is the same numbers though, right? That you're looking at,
Yeah,
30,
I-
34,
Which-
30, 80, 100.
You couldn't
Yes,
get it in
no,
the
scroll
drive?
back over
I'm not gonna
scroll back over
waste
to your
time
left.
looking for it right now.
Okay, I just want to
But
make
it's
sure the
just the
numbers
same
are the
number.
same. Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
just
That
double
is what
check.
they're looking
Okay.
at. The one in Granicus is probably not.
She talking okay, so,
Yeah.
for consistency, we are highlighting those, right?
I think it's this one.
Right there.
Okay, do you agree?
I think-
That's for consistency, we can highlight those. They seem significant, so we're gonna highlight those. Okay,
Well, are we?
we are gonna highlight them and then we're gonna make recommendations. We're telling them what's in the
Okay,
budget and
yeah.
then we'll make the recommendations.
Right? And then,
Hi, did you want to, are you here to, you heard Office of Mayor, I don't want to be rude.
Has there any questions I can answer, because we didn't get a chance to talk about all
Okay.
of the aspects of some of these things.
Do you have any questions or?
With the commission, Madam Chair, there is one thing
Oh.
I would like to know for the record, if the committee is
Okay. Okay. Did,
right? Recommendations?
okay. Any questions?
No, I'm good.
Could I have permission to just put just something on the record for the committee's consideration?
Sure, just introduce yourself and. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kate Pettit, Chief of Staff to Mayor Buckley. There's just one matter I would like to put on the record before the committee makes final deliberations. And I understand the committee is concerned with, all sorts of aspects of responsibility as you go through the budget decisions. This is a matter that I wasn't sure how to kind of note formally on the record when I came before you the first time. And the second time, when I got to come back to answer questions, we didn't go into one particular area. So there is one request in the budget in the Mayor's office, which is the only additional thing that we have asked that impacts directly the Mayor's budget, which is apart from the 4% cost increases for our supplies. And that is the assistant PIO position that we've asked for. The other additional things that are in the Mayor's budget are either things that are parked there for the time being or that are there under other programs, such as the No Harm program.
Yeah, you're speaking of Annapolis United, for example.
That's right, Annapolis United. The Butler statue is obviously an infrastructure project. The No Harm program is a separate program that the council funded separately. So it'll be administered from the Mayor's office, but it's a separate budget item. So the only enhancement request that we have asked for, there is a part-time position as the Assistant Ombudsman. That is one extra thing we have asked for in our budget. But I would like to note that that position was created at the request of the council last year, and we have fully supported that.
That was funded 2020.
That's right.
Yes,
And we're
this is a
asking for that to
continuation
continue because we want to support that priority. So the only thing from the Mayor's Office perspective that we have asked for to help us manage our workload is the Assistant PIO position. And the one thing I would like to note, and I have spoken privately to some of the members of the council, is that the reason I brought this forward is because as a manager, I am very concerned about the workload and the demands of the PIO position. Currently, that officer in our team carries the heaviest workload of anyone, and she works for all of the city. She doesn't just work for the mayor. She is supporting projects in transportation, public works, rec and parks, across all aspects of our operations. She manages our social media. She manages multiple websites. She manages marketing campaigns, for example, that have supported the rebuild of the Hillman Garage and all the parking and traffic changes that have occurred over the last year. That's just one of the projects she's delivered. I want to be careful what I say because this is personal sensitive matter. But our PIO has certainly undergone some health impacts of the workload over the past year. And I sat with her in the emergency room last year. And that episode was directly related to the pressures of work. There was discussion about why is there not support and backup from other PIOs across the city, and I wanted to clarify on the record for that as well, that we don't have a network of trained PIOs across the city. What we do have is people in departments who are allocated a communication role in line with their other duties. The only other fully trained PIO position in the city is the APD PIO. That PIO does provide some backup for continuity. But as you can imagine, when the police PIO demands are also very great. We tried to work with APD last year to come up with a practical arrangement to sort of better manage the flow of resources and provide support to our team, and it didn't work. So that is why I have asked for this request. As a manager, I will be very clear, I have grave concerns about the sustainability, and particularly when I look ahead and see the major projects that are going to be delivered across the city in the next 3 years with the city dock rebuild and many other things that are going on. We want to continue with C&I. Currently, our PIO provides all of that service, communication service. This is a role that serves residents in the city, and it's different to the way it was done under previous mayors because, you know, as you know, being part of this administration, the focus for the past first term and now is very much engaging residents and supporting residents, and communication is continually changing, which typically means more communication requirements are added, more channels, more social media. So all of that comes into the picture. So I did want to put on the record that management personnel kind of consideration that has driven this request. I know that the Mayor's Office, I understand the protocols and the public look when a Mayor's Office seems to be sucking up resources. But I wanted to make it very clear I did not make this request lightly. And it is budgeted. It's not an enhancement that we're asking to find money for. It is fully budgeted. Thank you.
Okay. I really appreciate that. I don't believe there are any questions. So all I can say is whatever the Finance Committee decides, it still will come before the entire City Council. So I just wanted to reiterate that. I don't think this is the format to really go back and forth unless you have anything you want to say. Does it?
Thank you. I just wanted to put a couple of those things on the record as part of the deliberations, and I just want to thank you for letting me do that. And I know that you're balancing a lot of different considerations here, but thank you. I thought it was just important that you had that full picture.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so So let's
Do
just,
what you want to do. Be brave.
I think we just,
So I've made a committee recommendation coming from me.
yeah, well, we talked about it.
That mine basically says we are not recommending adding a new contract part-time position to support the public information delivery, requesting that the mayor's office reallocate duties and responsibilities of current employees in the department, as well as working with the police PIO, recreation and parks marketing coordinator, and other department deputies. Because I believe that there are positions in the mayor's office that have room in their responsibilities and job descriptions to assist with some of the projects that the PIO has taken on. As far as some special events, planning and coordination of some of the different projects going on, that there are people that have in their job descriptions that they should be taking those on.
Yeah, I think that we did a thorough analysis. We had the mayor's office present, I think, twice. We asked Tricia for the definition of the job descriptions. We brought in the Office of Community Services to see if there was any overlap. So I think this decision wasn't done, hastily.
I don't think so. And I think that honestly, there's a person there. But I think we also have to take a look at it as we did on other parts of this report this morning from a taxpayer point of view. And from a taxpayer point of view, continuing adding to a department when we're not fully utilizing the job descriptions of those in the departments, I think gives a bad optic. So it's not personal, it's not about a person, it's about position.
To your point, the public doesn't know that, and the question is whether that they should. That's not a burden that they should carry. It's up to city management to do the best with what they have, reallocating what have you. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what we're saying.
Do we have agreement with this statement, or do you want it changed?
I don't think we can argue it any further.
I don't think we have to argue
I mean,
anything. I think
English
I'm
teacher.
comfortable with the statement that you've written.
Okay. Next department.
We have, let me go to the color-coded schedule. Next day,
OEM.
it was OEM.
Oh, yeah.
And that was
I did
April
that.
18th.
The notes are in their drive,
Yep.
So,
I think.
oh, right, okay. What am I doing over here? I don't know. Okay.
Enhancements included in the budget?
I've listed, I think I listed those that were included. There are 4 of them.
All right. Do we need to put a dollar amount to each one?
Let's see if we have the
I think
dollar
we
amount
have-
for each one.
I'll check the budget book and you can check the presentation. It's kind of, okay, let's just,
Hang on one second. Let me just park this.
What was the date?
hold on, that was the second day, so that was April 18th, Sheila.
No, yeah.
I want to say the winter relief and the Food Fridays are enhancements, but,
They're included.
okay.
There's no dollar amount added in the presentation. It's the 4 programs substance use disorder, Food Friday, winter relief, and the telephone are included, and the 4 that are not are on the next slide.
Okay, Ms. Connolly? I know you got up there. In the budget book, he uses the word additional. That's what threw me, because it has additional for winter relief and additional for Food Fridays.
So we have 27,000 for Food Fridays and 14,006 added for winter relief program. I believe that's already established. Let me check.
Yeah, so use the word additional, though.
What was the amount for Food Friday? I'm sorry.
27,000
And then for winter relief was 14?
14,000.
and an additional 14,600.
Yeah.
Because I believe it's already included as part of their budget, but I'm checking right now.
And winter relief is
14,060.
14?
An additional 14,600?
Uh-huh.
Oh, 14,600.
Yeah. Both additional, Kate?
And what
Food
about,
So
Fridays
Food Fridays was,
It's a new
Isn't
budget
it?
item.
Yeah, he didn't have
The t-
anything,
He had an essay back in January for it.
nothing grant-wise or anything.
it was an increase, wasn't it?
No, it has not been funded because it was funded through COVID funds prior to.
Yeah,
correct.
so don't use the word
2023.
additional there. Okay.
The substance abuse disorder enhancement,
Sorry, I was,
how much was the substance abuse disorder?
it's in the, if you go to your grant schedules, sorry, because I believe it's in state and county, so on page,
And the phone is the other one, I thought.
nope, the phone is covered by a grant that they currently have.
I'm
So OIT is gonna be on page 30 under state, as well as 32 under county. They weren't sure which funding source at the time we made the book that they were gonna get
So-
funding from.
Okay. So go ahead.
I'm researching your, the first question about winter relief. And that 14.6 is in addition to what's already in the budget, which is 16.6.
Okay.
So is that for winter relief that's up 16 and 14?
Yes. The total there is gonna be about 30, a little over 31,000.
Alrighty.
But did you give us the substance abuse total? That's what you're looking for?
No. So if you look at, to answer winter relief, you've got 16,680 in winter relief that's in contract services, right? And then you have an additional 14.6 on top of that, what that was included as an enhancement.
Yep, got it. Got it.
As far as OIT, grant schedule, state grants and county grants, they both have dollar amounts in there for OIT. Because at the time we created this budget book, it was not certain as to who was going to provide the funding. So we put both in.
So this is where we go back to what happened last year. So last year, there was a request for $70,000. We technically funded it because we didn't know if the grant was coming.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then the grant,
70 or 90?
And then the grant came in, so then we were able to we did a SA from that $70,000 that was earmarked for OEM to fund
Food Fridays.
Food Fridays and additional winter relief.
It was just a small amount, though. It wasn't the whole 70,000.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
So in the Office of Emergency Management's presentation, it says if no grant funding is awarded, they're seeking enhancement to support the current OIT programs, the Your Life Matters, the APD SUD, the NAM, the OD Free. And that's a total of 147,000. So do we,
If this may help, if I could read an email that I received from an OEM team member. We received confirmation that the health department will set aside $34,000 for us in '24 in the event we do not receive OOCC funding. That's from the state. And in order to run the programs, at a minimum, we need $147,000. So technically, right, you could fund the delta between the 147 and the 34 that's provided by the county. That's if the state doesn't, give grant funding.
So we can make the recommendation that we fund that delta, which is what, 107,
Around there, yeah.
something like that.
How can we
So it's
make it
113.
more? Right now, we have 4 grants that are identified, and one of them is for the mayor's office, and then there's the 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So why doesn't the number that he's asking for example, I have the OIT overdose-free Annapolis is 48,000, and the OIT for Your Life Matters is 58,000.
So you're looking at on page 30?
Yeah.
So it says that they submitted a 24 application for a total of 190, which is a change from the projected 215 that they submitted to us early on.
Okay. So it's different than what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
Okay,
so when
okay.
they originally connected with us, we were given 215, but since then they've changed the amount they actually submitted to the state.
Okay.
May I ask?
And there's a tentative award announcement date of June 22nd.
Katie, could you repeat, you said you got an email that indicated they received 30,000.
No.
No,
Oh, did not. So their
So-
request for
so-
147,000 is still,
the exact wording from the email that I received from the OEM team member was we received confirmation that the health department will set aside 34,000 for us in '24 in the event we do not receive OOCC funding, which is from the state.
and how much is OOC funding? I hate these
OOCC,
acronyms.
which is state funding, they put in approximately 190,000.
So where does that show up on
That's
our
what
budget?
that's what we just talked about. So the 215 that's on page 30,
Yeah,
right? It's 215.
Yeah.
That's what they submitted to us early on.
yep,
OEM back in January, right? They got better numbers since then, which is the
Yeah.
190 that they submitted to the state.
But none of those state funds cover these 4 programs that are
They do.
unfunded.
They're exactly for that. The 190 is for these 4 programs.
So, but where does the 147 come from then?
That is in the email that was sent to me. It says in order to run these programs at a minimum, we need 147,000.
could you repeat which programs? Oh,
It's all the OIT that you see there.
Same ones
Okay,
that
okay,
are Your Life Matters, APD, SUD, NAM, and OD3.
Yes, all of those OIT grants.
and right now, that 147 is not in the budget.
Correct.
So we've captured, it, I mean, depends on, from a general fund, no. There's nothing in the general funds
Right.
for this.
Right.
We anticipate grant money, which we
Right.
hope that we receive, right? We won't
Right.
have to use any general, that's what's happened in the years past.
Yeah,
I think what you're getting to is, hey, what do we need to fill the gap, right?
Right.
It sounds like we're guaranteed county funds.
No, I wasn't just, I'm
Okay.
clearing my throat, I'm sorry.
I was like, uh-oh. Sounds like we're guaranteed county funds, which is 34,000. OEM says they need 147,000. So if your intention is to fund that gap, right, it would
Yeah.
be the delta between the 147 and the 34.
Which is 113. I just used my.
Thank you.
Right. So let me ask again, who sent you that email indicating that the 30,000 was definitely coming?
It's from an OEM team member.
Who? I'm sorry, I just, because the director told us it was 147, so I just want to know where it's coming from.
I'm not sure about where all these amounts are coming from. And just to clarify, the county will give us 34 if we don't get what we're asking
correct.
from the state. So
correct.
we can't say the 34 is a part of the pie. Like if they need 190, you take the 34 off that. If they need 147 total, you're going to take the 34 off that.
That's correct.
So I'm not sure where the 147 comes from, but
From his presentation to us.
Right, and the 147 is what they've told me is what they need.
absolutely,
Full,
bottom line.
right. And I'm saying, it sounds like the 34 is guaranteed from the county.
If we
So
don't get the state.
If your intention is to fully fund the program, right, you'd take the county piece of 34. We need to fund 113,000 to get to the 147 that they need for the program.
Assuming, it sounds like we take one, we don't get the other, which is pretty
Right.
important.
If we get state funding, we don't get county. The county is just
Okay.
in case we don't get
So,
state funding.
I suggest we look at it this way. What does he need to run the program?
147,000.
Yeah, so that's intact. At least we know what it is. That's the program. And then if the grants come in, the grants come in,
So our recommendation is that we fund the 147,000.
which I'm hearing is not presently in the bottom line, not in.
And not in the general fund.
Not in the general fund.
I would like to
I
add,
would
there is
agree with
another
that.
option,
Okay?
that we wait to see if they get the grant. And if they don't, we come to you with an essay on July 1 and say they need this extra money to run the program.
And where does that come from?
One-time funds or, that would be an appropriate use of one-time funds unless they know we're never getting any more money and then.
But what if our colleagues have enough amendments that take up all one-time funds and we don't, there's nothing?
Okay, that would be that's my nightmare scenario.
Exactly, that's my nightmare scenario.
Somebody has
Don't,
to get to decide, it might as well be us.
Don't send Jody over the top.
No,
right
stay
now.
with us, Jody.
No, one thing I would suggest as a third option is to park a dedicated line item in finance. That way, if it does come in,
Yeah.
then the money is in the finance department and isn't being used for other purposes unless you all decide.
Oh, okay. So
And
put
that
it
could be the third way. That way the money is
earmarked.
not available for future use in the way that will make Jody.
I don't agree with
That's
that.
the way I would have done it anyways. I would have taken whatever
You would have grabbed it
and I would have
anyways.
put it in the finance non-allocated budget, just as a holding place, which is what we did last time. We put it in finance non-allocated, not an OEM is what he suggested.
So I'm going to go back and we're not talking about the Office of Community Services, but they're in a very similar situation where they're waiting on a grant for 30 something, correct?
We did get an update on that, and it didn't look like that's going to occur.
It does
until-
look like or it didn't? Sorry,
Usually providing my applicant.
that's okay.
I did get an update this morning from Laura, and let me read to you what she said. That way,
Sound like good
I'd given it to Katie because it's going to have to be an amendment. She said, I want to provide you with an update on our grant application for the Hispanic Case Navigator. And she said, we submitted the grant to MDH. MDH has informed us that they will not be making any decisions on the grant applications until next fiscal year. This is because they are currently reviewing and changing their grants programs management process. Therefore, our application is still under consideration, but we'll need to seek city funding. So it's a little bit different. It looks like this one isn't going to happen, and if it does happen, it'll be during the fiscal year.
We just want to be consistent, and I think the thought is continue. We don't want to send anyone home. I mean, we want to continue these programs. And the thing about waiting is, will they run out of money before then? Is, specifically like OEM. We just want to fund it so there's no gap in the program where
Right.
someone has to.
Right, and in this case, the OCS would be requesting some funding to continue the
Yeah.
Hispanic liaison, whatever the title of that job, the outreach person for that community, continue that until we know what we're getting in the way of grant funds.
Yeah.
But I would like to add, I'm not sure what the timing of the winter relief program is, but because it's winter relief, we probably won't be using it until at least the fall. I don't know when they have to establish contracts though, so that's the key point in waiting, if you can wait or if you can't wait.
Right. So I guess I'm kind of jumping forward, but I'm going to move back. So my notes from yesterday after the second discussion from Office of Community Service was, my recommendation was going to be that we recommend to fund that position just like we had done for OEM last year. So in light of new news, I think the committee is still going to suggest in our recommendations to fund that position.
Now it's necessary.
Right. So I just want to consider those departments. And if there's another department that is also looking at, waiting on a grant, as we'll get to as we're in our discussions, then
Same process.
same process. Replicated process, department by department, when it comes to a grant that they're waiting on in order to have a continued position funded. I think that we should set aside those monies so that they're not taken away.
Knowing that it's for fiscal year 2024 only at this point.
Well, that's the budget that we're working on, so I don't think we have a,
Yeah, and I
Choice.
might add, and I don't have this answer right off the top, it would be more in Jody's. But in either case, because we might get the notice for the Hispanic Navigator, what's the fiscal year for the state? It operates on a, same as ours? I was going to say if we get something half year, then a way that the money goes back, reverts.
Right,
rather
which
than-
happened last year with OEM.
right.
It didn't revert, though, I don't think. It stayed in that budget. So what I'm suggesting is that it's up to you all, but if you all want the money to then stay in the budget if we get the grants, that's certainly your prerogative. But I was thinking of something a little bit different in terms of parking it, allowing it to be spent for those purposes in your recommendations. But I don't know how Jody would
No, I agree.
do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we don't really get into where the money is going to be held. It's just to keep the program going.
Well, I guess my question is, I want the money in the hands of the directors, the people who need to use the funds. I don't want them to have to come in and ask for it. The money that was saved last year with the funding for one of the drug programs, the 70,000, didn't go back to OEM. That went somewhere else.
Let me clarify. Because it's associated with the grant program, it's going to be accounted for in the grant fund. The amount that's in the general fund is a transfer from the general fund to the grant fund. So that's the only place in the general fund where such amounts are housed. So we would transfer whatever that gap is, the 147 or whatever that, 113, we would transfer that to OEM, to the grant budget, so that OEM could spend out of the grant budget, and they are responsible for their grant accounts. So that's the way we would handle it. But it's the same thing, we're talking about the same thing. You would see the 113 in the grant budget, and you would see the 113 in the general fund budget. Well, the 113 is actually already in the grant budget because we've got 215,000 set aside for the program.
I would prefer that we keep the amount at 147.
To keep it running, yep.
And if there is no need for it, it'll go back into the general fund.
So can I call it the finance director's unappropriated funds account?
Finance non-allocated.
Oh, it's a non-allocated. It's a non-allocated.
Thank you.
Is that what it's called? Finance non-allocated?
Don't make
So do we need a breakdown?
Yes, we're done.
We're done, okay.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so
You know,
do you
I
guys see
wanted-
what I added to this
Say again?
Office of Emergency Management?
I wanted to include, and this morning when I came in, I asked Kaylin to copy the chart that's on page 36 of their report, which shows the success of the substance abuse program. It doesn't have to be in the executive summary, but I would like to see that in the general report, because I think it's significant and it speaks volumes about what our priorities are, or should be.
So we would have that in the second report and itemized? Is that what
Do
you're?
you know what I'm talking about, which chart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't call it up, but I remember which one.
That one, yeah.
Here we go. See, I knew I would be.
So can you put it in whatever report we're putting?
Yeah, if you just do a right click on the left margin one, it goes right in. So I was,
Copy is not,
That does not work that way.
or what I can do.
do you want the whole slide, Sheila?
I want the chart. I'm not, not really concerned about the map, but I want the chart and then description.
Okay.
Are we gonna adjourn?
Do you have time to look at Vicky's chart before we go, and then we can adjourn?
Yes.
And then plan tomorrow, because I'm not sure how far, what's tomorrow, Wednesday? No more presentations.
Vicki, you need a mic, I'm afraid, Miss
Okay,
Berkowitz.
let's see. Here it is, Victoria Buckland, document shared with you, copy 2.
Can you reach,
Take the one from my desk,
right here?
Miss Buckland. It might fit. Or just, yeah.
You know what, I'm gonna do it.
No, wait, you can move these over just,
Oh, okay.
okay.
We need,
So where is this going?
this is at the beginning when we were talking about when ARPA runs out.
So, while they're setting that up, so for tomorrow, I did not get to police. So I should take care of the cut and paste in police and
But just
community
focus-
grants.
You don't have to do accomplishments, just focus on what we're.
Well,
Yeah,
for the executive summary, but for the comprehensive report, you still want the full descriptions like we've had?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
There's some visual cleanup that needs to happen there. My main question was just slightly, was this the direction that you were
Okay, so
wanting to go?
where is it again? In our,
I emailed it.
She emailed it to us.
okay, I don't know why I called up something else here.
Good, scroll to the bottom of that email. You'll see.
Oh, yeah, there we are. Yeah.
But something like that.
I think,
Is it one or two, the PDF or the docs?
I sent it as a PDF.
for clarity, I think we don't really have to, we have the y-axis that has the dollars, put the numbers in the y-axis, and then you don't need to put them there. And so then that deficit, for lack of a better word,
So
is clear.
the visual
not
cleanup
clear,
that Vicki was talking about would round those numbers and move the titles further away from the line, so you can actually see all the shading and stuff a little bit better.
But the shading and stuff like that, was
Yeah,
that
if you
kind
see
of
that,
where
that
you
little
were
gray area, that's where the
wanting
ARPA funds fit in, and the red is where that structural difference is, and it visualizes what's going on
The
better.
green area is excess of revenues over
That's ARPA.
expenditures,
Yeah.
right? And then
So-
the red is where it's now the other way.
So
right
what's,
under this fourth
the
area.
numbers that pop out are the 3.3, 5.9, and 7.0.
Yeah.
What are those numbers?
That is the size of that deficit then for those.
The
Okay, so
red-
the numbers beneath that are much smaller, which probably should be bigger,
Well,
which is 108,
They're just the-
113, and 117.
the black is the expenditures, the green are revenue projections. But that was exactly what Jody was talking about, because she and I had a brief offline of like, visually, this needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
You know, they
Okay.
need to be
Yeah.
moved, but just the general structure of
Yeah.
it, was
So-
that where your
Can I finish my question?
brains were going,
please?
sorry.
I was just saying yeah to what she was saying. Right.
So what's in green needs to be in something else other than green, because it's difficult to read. So that we know that if we subtract that in black from what's in green, we get what's in red at the very top. So,
Yep,
and a notation about the gray would be great also.
yeah.
Thank you. You're quick.
Yeah, that's the story we want to tell.
Maybe just a darker green, because I understand why it's green, that's revenue.
But it's difficult to read as it is. Maybe if you enlarge it, but then you don't get the timeline.
Yeah. What are we gonna, oh, we call it, okay, recurring revenues, expenditures with deficit. 1807.
I think it's a really important, and thank you for clearing that.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so we're gonna adjourn, and then we'll try to, let's just figure out how many, are we doing okay? We might have to stay, we'll just stay till 1:30 tomorrow and see where we're at.
Oh, Ron,
What's that?
when did you come in? Sorry,
Okay.
not finance related, but I have to, you might have to share by email your poem that you presented to Germantown Homewood. Instead of just a boring old report with words, Rhonda created a poem to talk about all the projects in Ward 2 and 3 in Germantown Homewood going on. It was very well received by the residents. They thought it was great.
I love Rhonda's speeches.
It was a poem. It rhymed and everything.
Yeah, she usually does that, yeah. All right, so we'll,
A bit of my grandmother there.
yes, we have to finish OEM.
Did we, oh, sorry. I finished OEM by saying,
Did you guys?
Oh, we're gonna, just a
We're still
second.
finalizing OEMs.
Okay, so,
I finished OEMs by saying the Finance Committee's recommendation is to fund the 147 by replacing funds in the finance non-allocated fund.
to fund the, you say what the program is, right? The four things,
The
yeah,
147.
yeah, okay.
I think it might be important to list those because
them
it
listed.
makes clear, yeah,
Yeah, she
exactly.
did, yeah.
It makes clear what our goal is.
Okay.
And you placed that, yes, good. Okay. So then tomorrow we'll start with, who's after OEM?
Hold on,
Transportation.
transportation, yep.
Tomorrow we do,
And that's done. Well, actually, it's in there. Where's the law department? Who is law?
after transportation.
Who's doing the law department? Was that one of our?
Did we list that?
It was Karma.
Okay, did we list that?
I'll make sure that it's done. I think I started it.
You said you're doing the law department?
Yeah, it's under my list.
Okay.
I can just add transportation parking fund under,
Transportation is already completed. Karma, didn't you do that?
Yes.
yeah.
I think that we do the transportation and parking fund under transportation, just to keep it.
Let's make sure, okay. Okay. Are we good? That was, oh, we need to adjourn. This time I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.